If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It sure is, and thank you very much, Claire Marie, because this is the smorgasbord of a show that is Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Degas, aka Fastport Studios. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
How about smorgasbord of a show? How about smorgasbord of a show? How does that sound to you, by the way? Emergency responders in Massachusetts responded to an unusual call that ended with the return of a runaway bull named Carl.
Oh.
The Warwick Fire Department said on social media that crews were summoned Saturday to assist local police with the capture of a loose animal. Well, the moose wasn't on the loose, the bull was. The animal turned out to be a curly-haired bull named Carl. This is what the department had to say. We were unable to help provide traffic control on Route 78 Able 2, that's Orange Road, until our famous friend Carl was corralled and put back in his pasture. Don't get put out to pasture, though. Not quite yet. You're still on the road, still making it happen. What's up?
Just keep them away from the China shops, man. We'll be all right.
That's every bull. Every bull's dream is to get into that China shop. You might want to be the bull in the China shop on certain platforms. For instance, you might want to lose your heart on iHeart. Mm-hmm. You might want to have the audacity to listen on Odyssey.
Yes, sir.
You could be like Marty Ellis, telling all the gang, Marshall and the Paranormal Pie Man and Trucker Boaston, hello on YouTube. You might make some FaceTime on the Book of Facebook. You might live your best life on Live 365. Some of you are free-floating radicals, doing the thing on RadioNemo.com or pondering all the possibilities of it afterwards on all your favorite podcast platforms. I am constantly amazed at the possibilities on all the different platforms. Our good friend Nick DeMeo, general manager over here, and I were talking about how we give Nemo's Nightbeat a permanent home. Mm-hmm. And some of the ways that you can do it, because, there's music rights and all that kind of stuff. The idea that it's a lot easier to get a lot of the talking and the gabbing. You buy the rights to a couple of songs, a couple of bumpers, and you put your podcast up. When it comes to playing live music, that's a little tougher. We sat down and brainstormed out some ways we possibly, sooner rather than later, might be able to get you guys regular copies of Nemo Nightbeat on platforms like SoundCloud and Spotify.
Yeah.
It's possible. You can, I don't know if you know this, Ray, you can break up Dave's monologuing.
Yep.
Put that in separate podcast form, and then drop the songs in a playlist.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah.
So you have boom, 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 boom. This is Road Gang Radio, by the way. Nemo's Nightbeat, by the way, is tonight, correct?
Yes, sir.
On what platform?
Ooh, baby, it's on iHeart and our website.
And it's Tuesday, so it's Rees Across America as well. Yeah, there you go. Speaking of Rees Across America, there'll be a trucking tribute coming up in just a minute. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with all its bumbling bloviators and all its inept minions, because this is Tackle It Tuesday edition of the greatest live transpo show in the known universe, Road Gang Radio. And you can be part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick, and you can swear yourself into the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, and we already have one more call at the moment, but get in there. Come on.
Get in, man. All of this is being broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Fastport, speaking of them, they've been standing by us for quite some time. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people, especially people. Mr. Roll Tide himself, BB the King, Brad Bentley, Dave Harrison, Gina Harrison, all those guys over there. Thank you so much. If you guys want more information about registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Speaking of apprentices, speaking of pilot programs, that great interview we had with Tim Krolsky's guy is now up. That was a terrific interview about what it means to actually put somebody 18 years old in an interstate driving situation. If it's done right, it's not easy. Mm-hmm. But if it's done right, you're creating a lifelong trucker. Amen. That's the big thing. But it's got to be done right. That's kind of our feeling on this thing. I'm not as hardline about the 18-year-olds driving across state lines as some of our friends are, but I am hardline about how they get there, in the sense that it's a long kind of road to hoe. We want to give special congratulations as well, because we are now in October, headed towards November, which means we are headed towards Rees Across America. It also means that we are headed towards Fastports, Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. So a big shout out to their nominees, Charles Jones, Macy Matiste, and Mark Scriven, the Scriv, great Americans all. And we'll be talking with our friends from Rees today. They'll be helping move the mission forward. If you guys have still not pulled the trigger or made the decision about whether you're going to be driving for Rees, maybe it's time you kind of do that. Okay, so there's a national day. We always do national days around here. And it's the first one. When I read the explanation for it, it bothered me.
Do tell.
It actually put a little bee in my bonnet, guys. And I'll explain why. Because there are certain things. Look, I'm not one of those handicapped, handy-capable things, kind of people. The idea that it's like, look, if you're missing a hand, you're not capable. You're missing a hand. Straight up going to say that. All right. I don't think that handicap's a bad word, but I think that there are certain things that they say like. But being a left-hander is not a condition. Do you follow me, Dre?
Yes.
It's not a condition. You're not suffering from left-handedness. You know what else you're not suffering from? Baldness. You're not suffering from baldness. Listen to this description.
Be bald and free, man.
That's what today is. It's Be Bald and Free. But on October 14th, we're here to show you how to celebrate the day in style. There are millions of people who are affected by baldness. And I realize that they didn't say you suffer from baldness, but are affected by baldness either due to natural causes or medical treatment, which is why the day is dedicated to the bald and the beautiful. I gotta take a little exception to the description there. Affected. This family's been deeply affected by baldness. What?
I love how it's right under National Desert Day. So I'm just like, how's that work out? At least you don't have a very dry head. You know what I mean?
It's dessert day.
Oh, dessert? Is that desert? Oh, I'm using my bad eye. Oh, yeah. Well, hey, keep those desserts moist, guys.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you use a lot of milk and eggs, guys, because it's National Desert Day.
Use your good eye, Andre.
My scalp is dry. My scalp is dry. It's National Desert Day. No, it's National Dessert Day.
As long as your blueberry pie is not dry there, friend.
This awareness of baldness, this celebration of desserts is brought to you by our friends at Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. You got to get up and truck down. They're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to Truckdown and then turn your attention to being bald and being free.
All right, well, since you're being bald and being free, what is your dessert of choice there? Because I know you like some desserts.
Well,
man.
It's really funny because I have a friend of mine, Marissa, who likes to say, just check the menu. Do they have anything crumbly with apple that's really hot, maybe some ice cream on top of it? Crumbly, it could be fruit too, like peach cobbler. Cobblers, pies, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I've been really laying off of it the past couple of weeks.
I'm proud
Really, oh, it's horrendous, dude. It's just horrendous. And I realized something else too. Having problems sleeping is like the greatest ally of dessert. Because you start like rationalizing. You'll start saying stuff like, well, I don't want the ice cream, but that'll settle me in so I can get a good night's sleep. You ever done that one?
Yep.
You ever told yourself, well, the problem is I need something to eat. It's like full-grown man, dude. Go to bed hungry. Lots of people go to bed hungry, and it's good for you. Going to bed a little hungry is good for you.
Or make yourself a little tea.
Do something, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to have a whole meal, because that's what messes with you, man.
Yeah, put a little lemon, a little touch of. By the way, we didn't say this yesterday. If you have a sugar craving, and it really is monumentally awful, it's why you should have that homegrown honey.
Yes, homegrown is key.
That Chowder was talking about, man. A spoonful of homegrown honey, and you're like, the sugar craving will go away.
Because some of that some of those homies that have that honey at the store isn't just straight honey, man. Oof.
No. Some of that honey you get at the store is just a big bucket of sugar.
100%.
It's not anything good for you. But if you get some homegrown honey, honey that is like local and provided, might be able to help your sinuses a little bit. More importantly, that's good sugar.
Yeah.
That's straight up good sugar.
Go milk those bees and help those sinuses, man.
Yeah, make that all happen. Being bald, though, is a weird thing. I'll tell you that right now, because I literally... And I've been told this. This isn't like my own personal observation. I literally can take about 5 years off my face and about 5 pounds off my face by simply keeping my head shaved.
Yeah.
Straight up.
You look good, man. With a bald head.
Oh,
like, I
it's
couldn't
just
see you with hair.
it's so unattractive with like just having like the thick sides.
Yeah.
You know, good enough for Eisenhower, good enough for me. Good enough for Sean Connery, good enough for me. Good enough for Bruce Willis, good enough for me. Bald is beautiful. I'm in, man.
100%. One of my best friends, Mikey, he is a good-looking dude. But whenever it comes to having to salvage the hair, it's just not his cup of tea. Like, he had the hair for so long. He had kind of the George Costanza. Not as bad. But, man, once he just started shaving that and embracing it and putting sunscreen on and then having that beard trimmed nice, dude, he took, like you said, he took so many years off. It
takes all. I mean, it's about grooming. I mean, it's like but once you start taking that clippers and putting it around your ears and putting it around, making sure you get that neck shaved. Make sure that people can clearly see those veins in your neck.
Yeah, and you're working out a little bit and you're glowing in general, son. Oh, and he's not drinking like you. The glow.
There's one of those funny. One of the funniest cartoons I ever saw is these two girls standing in line, and there's a guy behind them, and it's a really good cartoon. Guy's slender. Got nice shoulders. He's bald. He's got a little bit of 5 o'clock shadow. And she goes, man, I didn't realize it until now. Bald guys are so hot. And then there's another guy in line who's like schlubbing, and he's like, his hair's grown out on the sides, and he's hunched over. And she said, oh, wait, hot bald guys are so hot. Yeah, but let's make that clear. So, well-groomed guys are so hot. That's an important thing right there, by the way. There are tricks of the trade. My brother one time, as a joke for my birthday, he said, I got you a present. And I opened up the box, and it was a wash rag. But when you turned it over, it had a picture of a comb on it, and it said, comb for a bald guy.
Oh. I'll tell you one thing about that. Listen, they do have surgeries. You can go to Turkey or whatever and get those hair plugs.
Oh, no.
Look, sometimes it works out. Sometimes it looks good. But sometimes it's, dude, you look better bald. Your head shape was meant to be that. I'm sorry. Hair wasn't for you, but you look good, dude. Embrace it. You know what I'm saying? You're more aerodynamic when you swim and when you fight.
Embrace the bald. Embrace the bald. I have to take this. Get on top of that. You got to get on top. That's what my brother used to always say about it when we go to have speaking of National Dessert Day, we one time ordered a souffle when we were at Morton's Steakhouse, and they brought the souffle out. He took a bite. He goes, man, it's my favorite expression of all time. You got to get on top of this.
That's like Danny McBride and Pineapple Express. I shave my armpits and my whole body so I'm more aerodynamic when I fight.
Yeah, when I fight, man. When it all comes to a flow. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says, not bald, but it is receding. I don't know why when he wrote that I wanted to say, you are not bald, you are receding. Comfortably Bald, I guess, would be the name of that song, by the way.
That was nicely landed.
Good morning to Bruce Almighty. Good morning to Paul, Earl, and Joan. Good morning to all of you guys. Marshall, it's good to see you out there. Joe J is in Marshalltown. What? Marshalltown, Iowa. You're in Marshall's hometown. Looks like a rain day. Going to load up for Kentucky. Be safe out there. It's a gorgeous day today.
It's so nice.
It's going to be a little rainy this weekend, but I'm thrilled about it because it means the cool weather is going to continue. Right when it was starting to warm up.
Man, and I love seeing you in that jean jacket, Jimmy.
Looking
Bring
good,
it out.
huh?
Yeah.
Looking good. I'm telling you, right, man. This is kind of the deal. This is the real deal. This is Road Gang Radio. We're going to get to all the phone calls after this break. We got to take one deep breath of oxygen, and then we're going to have a little bit of pledge, a little bit of national anthem, a little bit of a bracing cup of Java from the man known as Pastor John, and then we'll come back and take the phone. Phone Master Dre, break us away.
Yep.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Sunday, 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 Sunday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope and pray that all is well with you.
Put me on.
And that's whenever you have the dates get mixed up on that.
Turn that off,
I'm going to
man.
turn it off. I'm going to turn it off. And look, we're going to come in with one that I think that the dates were scheduled a little differently. So we're going to help them out. Let's do this.
It's Tuesday, Tuesday,
so much better.
Tuesday.
It feels like a Sunday.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you had an awesome night of sleep. I pray that you're driving and driving safely. Hey, I want to give you something to ponder on today as you look at your Tuesday. Look at Luke 18, verse 1, and it says, and he told them a parable to the fact that they ought to always pray, watch this, and to not lose heart. I want you to think about this, and I want you to pray about it as well. Have you been praying about something and seeking God about something, and you done basically gave up because you don't see no reaction or action from God on it? Well, my brothers and sisters, I want to let you know something. At the ending of that verse, it says, and not lose heart. What he's telling us is, don't give up because you don't see it. Don't give up because you don't see no traction. Don't give up because you're not seeing or hearing anything. Oftentimes, God is working at his best in your life and in my life when things are silent. So if God is silent, you have to be silent as well. And as you're sitting in your silence and as you're waiting on God to move in your life, I promise you, brothers and sisters, I promise you, God has not forgotten you and he's moving on your behalf, but he needs for you to be still long enough for him to finish the process. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and hang in there on your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Do you know what Pastor John's favorite dessert is?
Tell me.
Ice cream sundae, Sunday, Sunday,
Sunday. I'm going to be honest with you. I was kind of hoping it was Sunday, but with it being Tuesday, I'm not mad at it either, man. I'm not mad at it. Are you affected by something?
I'm affected by baldness.
Oh, God. How are you doing?
I feel like I've done my bit for my country at least. Affected by baldness. I still love Trucker Bosun's comment, not bald, but it is receding. It just made me immediately think of Comfortably Numb. You are not bald, you are receding.
You know who's a good-looking bald man?
Oh, the best.
Chowder.
What's going on?
Hello, long-time caller, first-time listener. Is this Mr. Obvious show?
But
That's so valid.
By the way, I have to tell you, man, there's a couple of shows on the previous platform where I know for a fact people are like, long-time caller, first-time listener. Because, man, people have called Dre Chowder back in the day and been like, what are we talking about today?
Yeah.
I don't know. Here's an idea.
I might know that guy.
Chowder, you were one of those people.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. What are we talking about? Hell, I'm just calling in to say hi. I don't know what we're talking about. I'll just go with it.
I wasn't listening to the show. I'm lonely.
Well, I am lonely, but never mind.
You have great friends. Those pictures aren't taken alone, dude. It isn't like you're out there by yourself terrorizing kids on horses. You're with people you love, dude.
No, my wife was a co-conspirator in that adventure.
Yeah.
But you were talking about bald and beautiful. I think the show was bold and the beautiful because there's nothing bald and beautiful about this cat. But
it's a solar panel for a sex machine, dude. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. National Dessert Day, I hear, huh?
Yeah.
No desert
I've got
day.
a few prime choices. Like, I am a big fan of the whoopie pie, of which you will find when you go to Reese across America or any other great visit to the great state of Maine. That's a big number one hit for me.
Love me some
I
whoopie
used
pie.
to be
I don't want a pie named after
rhubarb
Whoopi.
pie. Well, wrong Whoopi. Not the one from, like, that
Sister
show when
Act.
she was like, yeah, no, I don't remember that one. But
Go ahead.
But I used to be a strawberry rhubarb pie connoisseur, which I still will eat one, don't get me wrong. But my daughter made me a blueberry rhubarb pie the other day. Oh, my God, that's even better because it has blueberries and rhubarb.
The daughter I
Nice
met.
tart with a... Huh? That's the one, Ashley. Yep.
Oh, I trust her. I trust her with my
She
life.
can bake. That girl can bake. So that was it. And then, last night, I don't know, must have been a rat something in here. I woke up and there was an empty container of Fig Newtons on my refrigerator.
You got to get rid of those rats, man.
Well, I got to tell you, that's like when I used to buy the maple cookies from Trader Joe's. I don't know what the problem was. Every time I got home, I'd go into the box and 2 cookies would be gone. I mean, that's like a flaw in the design, man. I don't know what's happening there.
Hey, real quick, Chowder, your daughter has a tattoo of a pie on her arm, doesn't she?
She does. It's a piece. It's lime pie with a key in it because it's key lime.
She literally has a tattoo of a lime with a key in it, key lime, and I'm like, that's a good
outstanding,
tattoo.
by the way. And by the way,
She now has
go ahead.
She now has a corn cob on there because her best friend's dad passed away, who was a Cornhusker graduate. So she now has a corn cob on there too.
That's
now.
nice.
By the way, all the Cornhusker fans, by the way, Chowder, are really nervous right now because they all think that Matt Rule is going to be headed for Penn State, and he had to put that down. He had to put that down say that's not happening.
I thought they were nervous because they couldn't count to 4, so they didn't know when the game was going to end. But okay.
Oh, let's go to the other callers.
Thank you, Chowder. You're the best.
Hey, no, on the real side of things,
go for it.
These drivers need to start checking their vehicles properly before they get to shippers and receivers. Yesterday, I was getting rid of a load of honey, and a guy was arguing for 30 minutes on why they wouldn't unload his truck because his 2 outside trailer tires looked like they lost a fight with Wolverine, and the rim had like a 4-inch gap between where the tires should have been. Drivers don't even show up at shippers and receivers if your trailers don't have aired up tires and you have a hole in the floor because another guy had a 3-foot hole in his floor and couldn't understand why they wouldn't load him. I know we shouldn't have to mention these things, but apparently somewhere over the last 10 or 15 years, professional driving equipment has been skipped class. So seeing a lot of that, and it's not really safe. And we need to check on Pack Rat, Jimmy. And them Bills have lost 2 games in a row to the Patriots and the Falcons. We better check on him.
Yeah, we're going to check on him right now. Thank you, brother. It's always good to talk to you. There's a hole in the floor that can only be filled by you. Okay.
Yeah.
Go on.
Chowder would have to bring that up, wouldn't he?
Well, I mean, the thing is, look, he's a permanent Raider fan, like Mark Schwemmer, by the way. So, I mean, what's he got to crow about? I'm sorry. When's the last AFC championship those guys were in? Oh, wait, I know what the last AFC championship those guys were in. Oh no, it's the second to last one. The Tuck Rule. Go on. How you feeling, man?
Oh, Jimmy Mack, I'm heading in a new direction.
Ooh.
I am leaving the company I'm working for right now. I gave them my notice, which is kind of a good thing because Chowder and I met up a couple of weeks ago, and I got to meet him in person, and so I got that off the bucket list because what I'm doing now, I'm pretty much strictly in Ontario and Quebec. I'll be staying in Canada.
Well, okay. Are you? And that sounds like a decision to have like a better life, is what you're kind of telling me right there. After the rabies scare, I can't believe I'm actually saying that phrase, the rabies scare. But
I'm still recovering from that. But anyways,
yeah, it takes a while, man. I'm telling you. Here's the thing, dude. If you don't, let's go through it again. You did what you were supposed to do. You took the process, you took the procedure. People don't realize you don't take that procedure. That's a point of no return. You just die. So yeah, dude. It's
the first symptom is death. Yeah, the first symptom means you're going to die.
Yeah, I mean exactly. First symptom is death. But go on.
But the upside of that is I've taken the vaccine once. I'll never have to take it again. So if I get bit by a wolf, a rabid wolf, I won't have to worry.
Well, that's really kind of cool too. The idea if you get bit by a rabid wolf, it makes you be like Brad Pitt in Legends of the Fall, like killing bears out there with your bear. You can't kill me. You gotta rip me apart, dude. Yeah. Do you feel like it's a good decision? Do you feel like being closer to home is a good decision?
Well, yeah, and it's a different market. It's not the drive-in reefer market. He's got a niche market. This guy, he's a friend of mine. I've known this guy for like 20 years. It's heavy haul, but he does bulk, like dump boxes. He does a lot of mulch, garden mulch, sawdust, and stuff like that. And apparently he's busier than a one-hour paper hanger. So I'm looking forward to that.
And it sounds like a captured market is what it sounds like. I mean, that's Dean talks about this all the time. That there are people who, I don't want to say recession-proof, but there are people who have like pretty much they're looking at work for the next 3 to 4 years. You know what I'm saying? I know people who logistically are set to bear for the next 3 to 4 years because that's how they roll. I mean, that's just it. And it sounds like you're working.
And the pay is really, really good. So the only downside is it's older equipment. He actually bought a truck for me that I'm going to be driving, and it's 20 years old. It's a Freightliner that's 21 years old, and and this company, if I would stay with this company, I'd be eventually getting into a brand new 2026 Volvo. But looking at it this way, drive a truck that's 20 years older or 20 years newer, or and give up on $20,000 a year in wages. It's kind of a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. It's a winner chicken dinner, and it sounds like something you deserve. My brother, I gotta float you to get you out of here. But tell me your favorite dessert.
Ooh.
My favorite dessert, I'll go with strawberry sundae.
Sunday. Thank you. All the best to you. I'm sorry about your bills. They'll get back on track. Don't worry, man. It'll be fine.
Okay, I hope so. Okay, Jimmy Mac, Dre, all the best.
All the best. By the way, my Mariners won last night, 10-3, up 2-0 and going home, going back to T-Mobile Stadium,
Going all the way.
I got Jay Grimes last night sent me a little text. A friend from Hawaii sent me a little text, and he just said Mariners ! I got to tell you, rolling. We got time for one more.
Well, can we
Let's bring him back on the other side. We'll put a little bumper music in, then we'll bring in Kevin Lindsay and the whole gang from Castrol Oil. That sounds like a great idea. Hey, guys, it's a great show today, along with Maintenance Matters, Trucking Tributes, and Highway to Health. Andy McGrillen, that's actually his name, of the UFO podcast, and Neil Fisher. And Lindsay, of course, has country and Western music news.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Hope and Crosby's road movies cannot compare to the hilarity on the highway with Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, a black cat crossed my path yesterday.
How did you avoid it, Cheese?
Well, I threw a lemon at it.
Did that break the curse?
No. After that, it was a real sourpuss.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mac and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey, by the way, I am totally with the Paranormal Pie Man, who wants to have a day called after him, Pie Man Day. We probably could fold it into National Pie Day. That's a big thing, by the way. Ask our good friend Jody Vale about McMinimans. Who is that a good pie out of Michigan? You guys got to get your hands on that. Paranormal Pie Man says something that I really can't help myself and agree with. Apple is the fall flavor, not pumpkin. Pumpkin is the Thanksgiving flavor. Pumpkin is the middle of November flavor. But right now, everything's apple. Everything's coming up apple. If it's not coming up Millhouse, it's coming up apple here on Road Gang Radio. Phone Master, do I have another phone call I got to get to here real quick?
Oh, you got a Marshall.
Marshall, you got about a minute or two before I bring in Kevin Lindsay and the club from Castrol. What's going on, brother?
Oh, I just want to know, did you get the pictures I sent you of the magnesium stuff there for your dad?
I did.
Sent that?
I did. And really cool, we're going grocery shopping today, and we're going to spend time helping him navigate online. So we're going to look for options of where we can get it. Really appreciate it. It's his grocery day, which is really well-timed.
I have a movie question also for you.
Ask, please.
And it is a very obscure movie filmed in my old hometown at my old favorite truck stop. It's a terrible movie, but one of the main actors in it is Sonny Liston. Just wondering whether Dre knew who Sonny Liston was. I bet you do.
Oh, my God, of course I do.
I'm coming.
He was a professional boxer, champion, and lost his title to an unknown guy by the name of Cassius Clay, who changed his name to Muhammad Ali. And not many people know. But Sonny Liston, I think he was only in one or two movies. He's a terrible actor. And but the movie is Moonfire.
Oh, it's terrible.
You watch it free on YouTube.
Oh, it's terrible. It's so bad. It's actually so bad it's good. It really is so bad it's good. It is so it's so he plays a truck driver, and if I remember correctly, he's taking on Nazis, right?
They call him the farmer in the movie. It was the farmer. And it's a terrible movie. But everywhere it was filmed was in Tucson, Arizona there, and I knew every one of the deals where it was filmed at. The owner of the Triple T truck stop, who's long since passed away, actually played some cameo roles in it. And the thing I always liked about it, it's very old school at the truck stop because it is old. And they're like paging drivers, paging Marshall Platter line 2, Marshall Platter pickup line 2, because they actually did that back in the day before cell phones and all that. The restaurant is just jam-packed in the movie, which it was in those days. So it's just a neat little trip down memory lane for me when I watch it. But it's a terrible movie. It's supposed to be Howard Hughes.
Yeah, it is.
The guy to go to.
Yeah, it's terrible. But the really cool thing about it is you're absolutely right. There are a couple of movies. White Line Fever comes to mind. The other one I keep thinking about that's actually a great movie is Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, where you actually get a look at a genuine truck stop and a genuine kind of hub yard where people are actually talking and shooting the breeze, and what you're seeing is the real thing. You know what I saw the other night, which is really kind of charming, much better than I remembered it, which is The Legend of Boggy Creek. Do you remember that?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
It's not a truck driving movie, but it's set in Folk, Arkansas, and it's about basically their Bigfoot. And brother, go back and watch it. It's like really good.
I'll look it up.
Look it up. I think you'll really get a kick out of it. It's not so bad. It's good. It's just much better than you think it's going to be. And
White Line Fever, it was shot in Tucson as well. And there's 3 trucks used in that movie. They're Fords, and the one they crashed through at the very end of it, they totally destroyed it when they crashed it. And I cut that truck up at Peterson's Truck Salvage in Tucson when I was like, I don't know, 17.
That makes yeah, dude. It's really funny because I remember that movie, and I remember, like I said, there's a couple of them. There's like 20 or 30 like trucking movies. There's a lot of them, but there are 20 or 30 that actually use a lot of real locations and a lot of real people. Some of them very good, some of them not so good. But I feel like it's a genre that should come back. I gotta float you, Marshall. Please promise me you'll call back when Lindsay gets here.
I'll try.
All right, thank you, my friend. Good to talk to him as well. Let's do a really quick segue here, and we'll jump into our friends from Castrol and Kevin Lindsay, of course. you say we move beyond engine oil? What do you say we kind of talk about all the other things that kind of go into the lubrication of your engine? Kevin Lindsay is here for another edition of Maintenance Matters. You know him from Travel Centers of America, TA Petro, and the boys from Castrol, Eric and Byron are here. Good morning to you, trifecta. How you guys doing? Good morning.
Good morning. Doing well, thanks.
It's the one time where I will allow everybody to talk all at the same time, and then we'll stop it from being a Howard Hawks movie. Kevin, let's kind of give an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. And good. And by the way, have you ever seen White Line Fever, Kevin?
I have. It's been a long time.
It's kind of terrible, isn't it? It's just kind of bad.
Well, there's a lot of trucking movies, in my opinion, that aren't very good. I don't know. I can't. I have to watch myself because Hollywood don't know how trucks actually operate.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I've always told people that people who love Convoy, Kevin, I'll tell you two things about trucking movies that you guys are going to love. The people who love Convoy, the first half of the movie is actually okay. The second half turns into absolute and total nonsense. And I'll show you how bad that movie is from a great director. Towards the end of the film, as Chris Christopherson is driving down the road, this documentary filmmaker rolls up and starts filming him from the flatbed. Do you remember that moment?
Yeah.
It's Sam Peckinpah, dude, who is literally younger than you and I and looks like he's about 2 decades older than us because the booze and cocaine he was doing on that film really shows at that moment. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, they're not many good ones. I mean, it's amazing because there should be a whole lot better ones, and I think people would actually be interested in a good truck driving movie. The one guy who actually understands. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I was going to say Black Dog had a good storyline. It was just so technically inaccurate about trucks and everything.
Well, this is a crazy thing. I don't know if Eric or Byron knows this. I don't know if you know this, but James Cameron was actually a genuine bona fide CDL Holden truck driving man. And it's funny because the truck driving in both Cameron's movies and the truck driving in anything John Carpenter does is accurate because the guy that John Carpenter used in his film Assault on Precinct 13 was a Teamster truck team captain. And it's crazy,
wow.
But it's the movies that aren't about trucking that often get the trucking more right than the trucking movies do. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm sorry. You guys can drop in your favorite trucking movies throughout this conversation. Kevin, give us the 30,000-foot view of actually keeping things lubricated.
Well, I think Eric and Byron both, reached out, was asking them about content for this show, and they were like, "Hey, let's talk about." Beyond engine lubricants, so, whatever we want to talk about as far as, lubricating other components, whether it's transmissions, differentials, drive lines and U-joints or power steering fluids, stuff like that. So,
yeah,
I said, well, that's a great idea.
I thought so too.
It's a good time of year for that.
Yeah, when I got your notes, I'm like, this is kind of perfect for the seasons that we're headed into, and it really kind of couples nicely with the maintenance we were talking about as we move into, I guess, possibly the great transitional season of all time, because I've always found going from winter to spring is just a mess. This is a really time to get your house in order in regards to truck lubrication. So what do you say we begin with? We can begin with Eric. Let's talk about the transmission and the different types of fluids used. Can we kind of talk about that, or do you want to hand that off?
No, I'm glad to cover that one. And it's become an even bigger topic nowadays with all of the automateds that are out in the marketplace. It's no longer just 50 weight, that you would stick in your transmission that has a lever. So the different types of transmissions on the market, predominantly there's of course the good old fashioned manual, and they're still out there, but they're slowly fading away. But we've got the automated, which is basically just a manual that has the computer do the gear changes for you. It's hydraulically activated or actuated and does the hard work. And then there's the good old-fashioned automatic transmission you'll find in some of the lighter duty applications. Difference being is, those have a torque converter and it's all hydraulically actuated. So the different types of fluids goes a lot farther than just basically 50 weight in engine oil. Now it seems like every manufacturer has their own flavor of fluid for their transmissions, even though they're very similar in what they do.
Let me give a follow up to that, and because here's the other thing too, that I've always said that trucking is a game of traditions and things kind of stay the same. They also change really rapidly around us. How much catch up do people who have been on the road for a long time have to do to kind of keep up with this stuff? And do you follow what I'm asking there, Eric? Because it seems like one of those things where there was a simpler time. We are now at the point where you've got to be very, very picky, because not just in regards to the quality that you want to run on, but the actual what you're running with. So that how hard is this adjustment to make for a lot of people? Because this is what we're talking about today. Seems like the kind of place where people forget to do their diligence. I change my oil, I do what I'm supposed to do, but this is the kind of place where people can really let this slide until it's too late. And if you don't know, you don't know. Am I kind of making sense here?
Yes, like you said, tradition is really it's a tough one here. Say you've got two rigs and they're fairly modern, right? They're late models, but they're different manufacturers. Chances are these things are going to take a different transmission fluid, and if you're doing your own services, you've got to be really careful and make sure you're looking up not only what the manual says that you should be putting in there, but when you're buying this stuff, you need to look all over the bottle or the pail, whatever you're getting, and make sure that it truly is matching up with what you're supposed to get. Doing your own service on these things is becoming a little bit more complicated. Just unless you've got everything exactly the same, you've got to have different fluid for, it seems like, every unit.
Yeah, and Byron, this seems to be like really kind of falling to your bailiwick as well here too, because you're working with so many individual customers and individual fleets and different kinds of consumers. You've really got to make sure that these people, even if they're doing things in-house, really have an in-depth understanding, which means how often are you sitting down and saying, okay, we've got some changes. Okay, we've got some new stuff here. Let's talk about the options, or you only have one option. How do you kind of approach that when you're kind of working with your clients and customers? Did I lose him? Byron, you there? Did I lose everybody?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. We'll see if we can get Byron back on the phone. But Eric, that's the other thing too. I mean, how do we kind of articulate to the consumer? How do we talk to these guys and gals to make sure that they understand that this isn't just a game of same old on a different day? Not just reading the bottle, but it's like, at what point do we tell somebody you might not be able to do this on your own anymore? You might need a little help. You follow?
Yeah, I do, and it's not the easiest conversation, especially for someone who's always done it themselves, but it's an honest conversation. And when the sales guys come to me and they've got a new customer, and they ask for a lube platform, one of my first questions is, well, what do they have? Not only like what's the chassis make and model, what's the engine make and model, what are the transmissions, what are the years? Because believe it or not, it can vary across those factors as well.
Yeah.
So, that's where sometimes you have to come up with a very long list, and they say, well, can't we consolidate this? Unfortunately, no. It's pretty tricky.
Kevin, let me ask you something really quickly too here. When you work with some of your ongoing clients, are there people who do you actually end up having to be a teacher in the sense of like, look, I know there's a lot of stuff you do, Kevin, but is there a way we can do this too? Do you have to kind of give demonstrations? That's the one thing that and all of the parts of your job I've been dying to ask you. At some point, people say, hey, look, we do a lot of this stuff ourselves. We kind of rely on you for the big stuff, but can you kind of take us through this? I mean, what are your boundaries? As I'm not here to train you. But then again, the customer gets so big. It's like, I'm happy to give you a little help, but go ahead.
Well, to be honest, that's where I have a little bit of an issue, because I can't help trying to train even customers, right? So
right.
I want to share any information that I have, and sometimes it's not always a good thing, because I may try to get a little too in depth with things that some people just really don't want to hear. Well, you handle that or whatever. So, but when yeah, so that is kind of tough. But I think it's a great thing to me for any business to help their customers, help themselves, and sure, we're kind of being in the service aspect of the business for my career. It sounds kind of funny, but the thing is, and it's kind of crazy, and I've always said this, but trucks are mechanical. Stuff is going to break. You're going to have things to fix, regardless of how good your maintenance program is. But developing a good program based off of how your fleet operates, and you really got to look at the data. How everything's working with what you have. But to the point with some of this, these newer automated transmissions, you really have to pay attention to the lubrication specs for them, because they do vary. So, everything's not the same anymore. So, but when they come to me and ask me that, I'm like, it depends on what you have. You really have to go by that manufacturer's, recommendation.
I'll tell you this, by the way, you just brought up a really good point. Now everybody can understand why attorneys are actually ethically bound not to give free legal advice. It's the absolute truth, man, because the other problem is you start giving out free advice, and it's like, well, Kevin told me. Well, wait, I didn't tell you to do it like that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it makes perfect sense.
I try to always say, hey, regardless of what I say, you've got to follow the manufacturer's recommendations, period. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, let's just begin with the foundation that if you don't do what the instruction manual says, you're on your own. I can get you to the first checkpoint, but that's about it. Speaking of the first checkpoint, we got Byron back to the first checkpoint. Let me kind of reset the table for you, Byron, because I wanted to kind of ask you, this is interesting too, because often you having to have meetings with people about the changes in whatever lubrication they're using. How often do you have that meetings? How fast are things changing? Let's just use transmission because we're there, and then we'll shift over to differentials. But how do you sit down and kind of talk to your customers and say, okay, look, we got some new stuff here. Let's talk about how this works, which people don't realize a really good sales representative actually is like a good attorney in the sense that they actually know not just what they do, but they know the area in which they do it in. So what are those conversations like when you're talking about, the different kinds of lubrication, as we were talking about with Eric a little bit earlier? How do you kind of onboard this new stuff? Go ahead.
Well, I think you're right, because we try and look at as not just as kind of a sales type of role. We look at it as a little more of a consultant type thing, is how we do that. So I think ultimately, and I've said this numerous times, is when we're going to have that discussion with the customer, we're really going to look at, hey, what are the types of equipment you have right now, so we can kind of look at that and make some suggestions based off of that. But it really goes to, where are you looking to go in the future? What are you looking to do down the road? And I think at that point, we can really kind of, I don't know if I would say look into that crystal ball, but really kind of look at, hey, what's going on in the industry, and kind of really try and guide the customer with that. What I would say is, a lot of these fleets, a lot of the ones that we talk to, they're already working with the OEMs, quite heavily, just to kind of see what's coming down the line. So when I think about the fleets we talk to, a lot of those are pretty well, they're very knowledgeable, right? So they're already kind of working on a lot of those things already. But I think when you get down to the smaller fleets that maybe don't have that high level interaction with some of the OEMs and some of the truck manufacturers, it really is, what do you have in your fleet? What are you looking at doing? And here's the things that are coming down the road. Are you aware of those? And to really kind of look at how that best fits into their maintenance program and what they do overall as a company.
And by the way, and we're going to shift over to differentials here with Eric in a second, but this is a really great point. If you're doing stuff right, you're talking with Kevin, you're talking with Byron, and you're talking with the OEM. So it's kind of this situation where you're working with three different voices, and it's not that you're going to get contradictory information, but you really have to kind of figure out what your strategy is and what your overall mission is based on a lot of different consultations. Let's shift over here really quickly to talk about differentials here, Eric. Kind of explain them, explain what fluids are used and why.
Sure. The differentials are, and just like anything else nowadays, these things are built so well. The life of the service life or service intervals on these things are so long. It's almost, you almost have to put it on your calendar so you don't forget about it. But for the differential, there are different types of differentials out there. You have got your limited slip differentials, what I'll call basic differentials. You've got your differentials that are running with the fuel efficiency mindset. And believe it or not, they all have different types of fluids as well. They're all similar, but they're going to have slightly different additives or different viscosity levels. So you need to look and see, again, what it is that your differential needs. It's not just grabbing some 7590 or 8090 off the shelf and squirting it in there. You need to check and see, okay, what is it that's actually in this differential and what does it need? One of the things that sometimes comes up too is fluid level. How much is left in there? Just because these things go so long on service intervals.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just one of those things too where it's all part of the same package we're kind of talking about here. By the way, guys, we're on another edition of Maintenance Matters, and if you can't tell, our friends from Castrol are here with Kevin Lindsay. Kevin, I mean, Eric just kind of alluded to it, the idea that it's one of those things you got to kind of put on the calendar as well. Is this one of those situations with differentials where people find themselves ambushed, where it's like the one thing they forgot about and you're like, yeah, this is what happened here? Is it something that comes up a lot? You're laughing. Here we go.
No, I don't think it comes up near as often as it used to. I think people are a lot more, in general, well informed about the maintenance that they need to do at specified times. Nowadays, better than they were 20 years ago. 20 years ago or so, I actually was a factory rep for a differential manufacturer, and I can tell you there was a lot of them ignored when it comes to maintenance. And I do think it's a lot better nowadays than some of the things I've seen in my past, for sure. So
I'll tell you this, by the way. Dean Croak has said this on numerous occasions, Kevin, and I think Eric and Byron will understand this. It's because of segments like this and because of podcasting and because of the idea of figuring out who your partners are and working with people like Castrol and TA that a lot of the problems that we talk about from days of old aren't there anymore. That we may have, despite all of the complaints we make about the industry, we may have some of the best informed people working in the industry than we've ever had. A lot of the institutional knowledge it doesn't work the way it used to work, but there's a lot of people who really understand you've got to trust your partners and work with them. Eric, we're going to run out of time here, so I want to make sure we get through some grease components here as well, too. Can you kind of give us the view?
Yeah, the grease components are, again, something that shouldn't be overlooked, especially since the majority of them are down underneath and they're exposed to, as we're coming into winter, salt spray, road salt, snow, all of the nasty, everything that can get in there and start to corrode or worse yet, wipe some of that grease out. Things like your U joints, your slip joints, wheel bearings, your suspension, your spring hangers, everywhere that needs to be greased underneath. But one of the most easy ones to forget, and usually the one I find the most confusing for the average, guy out there, is fifth wheel. How much do I put on there? Where should I put it? Sometimes I was talking with Byron about this recently. You look at it and someone puts so much on there, it looks like cake with frosting across the top. And sometimes you just see a little bit of an S squirted on it. And what's the right amount?
Well, I love that.
That's the question.
I love that, by the way, Byron. That must be like part of a conversation too. It's like, there's just you can't be like an ant storing up food for the winter here. It doesn't work like that. You just can't do it that way. It's like, okay, so I slapped a whole bunch of stuff on. I'm going to kind of move on. There really is almost an art to this, right? I mean, it's almost a matter of, yeah, you got to take care of it, but you can't be one and done on this. If I'm making sense there, am I?
Oh yeah, completely. And I would tell you, going back to kind of a previous life before Castrol, working in truck maintenance and service, and actually, we did a lot of heavy truck alignment as well. And, it would not be uncommon to have somebody come in and say, well, hey, the front end of my truck's kind of all over the road at and I'm kind of constantly at the steering wheel to keep it back and forth. And believe it or not, you could look at somebody and see that they have a very dry fifth wheel. And what will happen with that is, as that truck kind of hits, these wonderful highways we have across the country, all those, these hard bumps in the road, that back end is hitting it. And what's doing is that fifth wheel is there, and that trailer is pushing the back end of that truck, which means the driver's constantly at the steering wheel the whole time. And, it's just one of those things that kind of really gets to be overlooked. And I kid you not, I have gone in fleets before, and they will have an area, kind of by the back door where the drivers may come in and get washer fluid or something else that they need. And there'll be an open 5-gallon bucket of grease there. And without a doubt, you may see a big masonry trowel in there, or I've even seen a very small boat oar inside of a bucket just for somebody to scoop it up and throw it on the fifth wheel. And what you have is there's way too much grease, right? And it's just, as soon as somebody goes to hook up that trailer, all those, couple pounds of grease they put on it are now pushed off. And where do they go? They drop down on top of the drive line.
Go ahead, Kevin.
More is better, isn't it? Isn't it, Byron?
Well, no, not in this sense. Not in this sense of it. It isn't. I would tell you, there's the things you really see with fifth wheels. Either it's hardly ever greased, it's way too over greased, and it's very rare to see somebody has just the right amount. It's a little bit of that tale of Goldilocks, I think, a little bit when you kind of come to this with it. So,
it is.
It just takes a little bit of education to really make sure somebody's kind of doing the right thing there with it. But, heading into this time of year with all the salt and grime and cinder they put on the road, that gets into fifth wheel, and it needs to be kind of cleaned off from time to time, and fresh grease kind of put on with really the right amount on it.
I don't know if you guys know, today's National Dessert Day, and it makes me think about baking. People always say that cooking is an art form and baking is a science. And that's kind of often the way when you're dealing with lubricants to kind of think about it as well, too. Some of this stuff requires a little bit of artistry. Some of it requires absolutely right down to the last number science. We're out of time, guys. There was so much more to talk about. Byron, can you do us a favor? Tell people where they can find out more about Castrol, and then I'll kind of turn this over to Kevin so we can kind of talk about Travel Centers of America.
Yeah, sure. Great. You can just go right online and look at castrolusa.com, and you'll be able to kind of look in there and see all across our business across the U.S., but you can select heavy-duty lubricants and go through our whole portfolio of products and learn a little more information. And there's even some ways to contact us from there as well.
Byron Kelchner is, of course, the Senior National Account Manager for Fleets. Eric Arnold is Field Engineer. They both come here once a month, joining Kevin Lindsay on Maintenance Matters, talking about all those oil issues. And Kevin, of course, is the Manager of Technical Service at Travel Centers of America. This has been Maintenance Matters. Thanks for putting up with my own sort of messy middle. Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you in a month, and we'll talk to Kevin next week. Thank you both.
All right. Thanks everybody. All right. Bye-bye.
We'll be back on the other side of this. Big thanks to Kevin Lindsay, as always, for setting this up and getting it done. Hey, guys, Travel Centers of America is a loyal sponsor here, and we are thrilled to have them for the ride. We'll be back with Trucking Tributes.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Hey, Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reef Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Wreaths Challenge at wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today I am super stoked because I am joined today by professional driver Bob Vandenbrink. Bob is a driver with Quality Life Science Logistics out of Michigan. Bob, yay! Thank you for your persistence and welcome to the show today.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Bob, as I do on every Trucking Tributes episode, I ask the driver who's speaking with me to explain to the audience how it is that you decided to get involved in the trucking industry.
I have been driving commercially over the road charter bus and truck for 51 years now. And I've always had a love for the open road. The more I could see in a day, the better it was.
Charter bus, my goodness, that immediately tells me about your character and integrity because boys, oh boys, don't you have a load of patience, huh?
Yes, you have to. Yep.
Yeah.
DLC.
Yeah, I mean, aside from obviously the cargo you're hauling in charter buses, people versus additional cargo, what did you like about the charter bus industry and why have you gone back into trucking? So explain that whole evolution for our listeners.
Well, I basically got into the charter bus business. That is actually how my wife and I met. She was a tour director. She owned a tour company. I started driving for a local bus company, and we met up. I guess the rest you might say is history. I always tell the story. We met at a hotel. She always says I was the last resort. So
I love it. It sounds like you guys have great senses of humor. And obviously your patience paid off today and getting connected with me today on Trucking Tributes. And I do appreciate that. So Bob, tell me a little bit about Quality Life Science Logistics. I have not heard of your company. Tell me about who you are and what you're hauling and all that fun stuff.
Quality Life Science Logistics is a smaller carrier, but we are one of the nation's leaders in cold chain logistics. We do pharmaceuticals. It's a very high dollar loads we take. We travel all over the country. We are growing exponentially. Started out very small. We now have over 126 drivers from about 20 or 30 5 years ago. And it's all cold chain. Basically, that's our big thing, the pharmaceutical companies, and hauling them all across the country. We handle import, exports, going outbound, inbound. Our company president, Terry Fulis, is a great guy. He's really into doing things to help the community.
He's very into the Wreaths Across America load that I'm fortunate to take every year, and they support me in all that I do.
Sounds like a marvelous company, and we certainly appreciate them becoming members of our honor fleet. What is it about driving, Bob? It's for some people, and obviously you've had two different careers in the driving industry. What keeps you going?
The love of the open road, the love of people. We get to very many terminals all over the country, and you develop relationships when you go back and forth, and it's just, and the love of the open road. There's nothing more beautiful than watching a sunrise come up in the morning while you're driving, or a sunset. It's not so fun when you see white flurries in front of you, but that's part of the job as well.
Indeed it is, especially if you venture into Maine and in the winter times of the year. Well, it's really, really great to make your acquaintance. You are listening to Trucking Tributes on RadioNemo. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and I'm speaking with Bob Vanderbrink with Quality Life Science Logistics. And you mentioned, Bob, how your company is super supportive of the Wreaths Across America mission to remember, honor, and teach. When did that relationship first begin?
It began 4 years ago now. I inquired about it. I was listening to RadioNemo, and that's what kind of planted the seed for me. Is, boy, that would be something great to do, because my father-in-law was a veteran who fought in the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, and I had many uncles who were in the World War II. I had cousins that fought in the Vietnam War, and I just think it's a great way to remember, teach, and honor those who have served our country.
Absolutely. It's a wonderful family legacy. Have you or your wife yourself served?
No, I did not. I was in the Vietnam War era when they went to the lottery, and I had very high lottery numbers, so I was not called to serve.
There you go. There you go. So tell me about your very first experience with Wreaths Across America. What did that entail, sir?
Well, the very first time I come 4 years ago, my wife was with me, so we got to do the first time Wreaths Across America program when we got to Columbia Falls, which was wonderful to go out to see the chapel, see the pines where everything's harvested and the whole operation, how it works. And then we delivered them to Southeast Michigan. And it was just a really wonderful time overall. The following year, I got very sick. I was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. I had the surgery. Fortunately, it was not cancer. It was called precancerous. But then I had very serious medical complications from the surgery. And I was off driving for 8 months, bedridden, and didn't know if I'd ever drive again. But I'm back at it. The good Lord spared me, and I just knew I had to get back and do a couple more wreath loads before I retire from the open road.
Well, God bless you, sir. That must have been a very scary time in your life, and I'm really so glad to know that you are on the mend and back with us, in fact, participating. And it's great to have you as a member of the Honor Fleet. You know, a lot of folks listening to Trucking Tributes, Bob, may or may not have had the experience yet. And of course, there's no secret on Trucking Tributes. We need trucks. And we particularly need trucks in 2025 because our mission has grown tremendously, grows every year because of incredible patriotic Americans who are willing to step up and say, hey, will start a participating location. And going into 2025 season, which we are now doing, we are at over 5,000 participating locations throughout the country. And that is in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. So as you can imagine, our payloads continue to increase and our needs for trucks continue to increase. So we're so thrilled that you are back with us as a member of our honor fleet, Bob. So your first time up, you got to take a load to Michigan. Have all of your loads so far gone to Michigan, or have you traveled in different locations?
I've gone to different locations. As I said, I skipped the 1 year. Last year, I went to a five-stop, kind of the northern Illinois, south of Chicago, and I will be doing that again this year.
Excellent.
It's fun also because you build relationships with the people that you deliver the wreaths to year in and year out. And it's almost like meeting family when you pull up.
It is indeed. We're always saying it on Trucking Tributes, Bob, that anybody involved in Wreaths Across America immediately becomes a part of the Wreaths Across America extended family. And I'm so glad you touched on it. And I want you to elaborate a little about those relationships because, as you mentioned, you've had multiple stops. And the more locations we get, of course, the more our drivers are dealing with multiple stop runs as well, because we've got to get those wreaths to all these different locations. But they really are eager to see you arrive, aren't they?
Yes, they are. My first stop last year, I called them up. I was there early, and a group of high school kids, young men, showed up. And that was my big stop. So they got in and unloaded the designated wreaths for that place in Illinois. And we got to take pictures and went on to the next stop, and again, they had volunteers that come on and help, and it's just, as you know, you get to know them as you talk, and they feed you, they dine you, and it's like a big extended family is what it's like.
It really is. It really is. They're so eager to see you arrive. And of course, all those volunteers have worked so hard leading up to your arrival, of course, getting the Veterans Wreath sponsored in their communities and making and working with the cemeteries to be sure that they know for sure where the veterans are laid to rest. So they are sure that each of the veterans gets a wreath, and we say their names aloud as those wreaths are placed. Now, have you or your wife been able to actually participate in a wreath laying ceremony at all, Bob?
We have not. Generally, after I get my last load, I'm back on the road, working for the company. We do, however, get a wreath every year to lay at my father-in-law's gravesite and say his name for his service. And we did it for our uncles as well.
So nice. So
just
nice.
Something we wanted to do for them.
Oh, that is so nice. The veterans wreaths that we're referring to let folks know listening to Trucking Tributes, we're not decorating graves at Christmas time. That's not what this mission is about. The mission is to remember our fallen, honor those who serve and their families, and teach the next generation the value of freedom, the sacrifice that they have put in military service. And the family serves entirely, not just the person wearing the uniform, of course. The entire family serves. And we just love the fact that Bob Vanderbrink and his wife have been participating with us as members of our honor fleet, representing Quality Life Science Logistics. They're out of Michigan, so some of his loads have been to Michigan and Illinois, but a good time too to let folks know, Bob, on Trucking Tributes, that you do not necessarily have to come all the way to the state of Maine to pick up your veterans wreaths, because we have operating cross docks all throughout the country, because our participating locations go to Hawaii and Alaska and Puerto Rico and Guam and you name it. We are all across the map. So if it's easier for your carrier company to actually participate by picking up at a cross dock, we can make that arrangement for you, as the transportation sector at Wreaths Across America makes sure that we try to make these connections as best as possible according to where the locations are throughout the country and how many wreaths they are getting sponsored. And sometimes we don't know that up until the very last minute. So Courtney, our transportation director, and all the folks working in the transportation sector at Wreaths Across America are constantly juggling. Sometimes that means last minute load requests. You just never know. So it can be a challenge, but the key to it all are our professional drivers like Bob. Now, Bob, did you ever have like escorts going into your cemeteries or any of that fanfare at all?
I have not. At the one place in Illinois I went last year, they discontinued it. I guess they might be doing it this year. I'm not sure, but I have not had an escort yet.
Always different compared to the rules. And of course, if you come up to Maine and you're able to actually hang out, it depends on when you come up and get your load and so forth. Many of our professional drivers have enjoyed the opportunity to actually tag along behind the formal annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery as we depart the state that Sunday. So maybe that's an opportunity this year, depending upon where you're hauling and how many veterans wreaths you're loaded with. So what was your greatest impression, Bob, coming to Maine in terms of the entire operation and the things that you were able to see?
I've always loved Maine. Maine was one of my favorite travel states to go to in the fall when I was doing charter bus work, because we took many trips to Maine, to the Northeast, to see the color. And of course, we had to have that lobster too.
Well, yeah.
But and the chowder, I couldn't forget the chowder.
Yes, sir.
But I did follow the convoy out last year, and that was one of the highlights for me, is to see all the people along the route from Columbia Falls to Ellsworth that are out there. It's amazing to see. Until you see it and witness it and experience it, you don't know what it's about.
So many of our drivers have echoed the exact same sentiment, and it's life-changing, really. I think that one of the comments that we frequently get, Bob, on Trucking Tributes is that, you hear so much in the media and you don't hear so much in the media that it's really easy to believe that patriotism is a dead thing, and it is not. Patriotism in this country is alive and well, and by golly, you see it. You see it in full display on the annual wreath escort. Can you describe some more of that for our listeners on Trucking Tributes that may not be familiar with the experience?
Just last year, I noticed the first stop, the first little village that we went through, there was a lady there, and the story goes she's been out there since 19 when the first convoy went. And she's out there every year. The Congregational Church, I forget where it was, where they stopped the service, and the whole congregation comes out to wave. As we got closer to Ellsworth last year, the Boy Scout and the Cub Scout groups that are standing, they go to attention. My voice is hoarse, I'm sorry. But they go to attention when the first convoy goes through, and they stand at attention till the last truck has passed. And it's just the dedication, and it's just something you just never ever are going to forget. I will treasure that all my life. I'm looking forward to it this year again, to see how many people I can see between Columbia Falls and Ellsworth.
Truly the highlight for so many people. Yeah.
And I would like to add too, our company was gracious enough. We got our trailer wrapped last year, so we do have the Wreaths Across America wrap on our trailer. And the number of people when you're traveling to your destination by yourself that will honk, that will wave, give you the thumbs up, they know what you're doing, and that just makes me feel good because I'm just a small part to do my job to honor our veterans.
That's exactly right, Bob. You are. And what many of our professional drivers have said on Trucking Tributes, that, you were a part of something so much larger than yourself. And it truly fills you with gratitude when you realize that, yes, you may be a small part, but you are a very integral part of what's going on. And without you, some of our participating locations would be in dire straits without you getting those veterans wreaths to their locations. And it really is an important job. It's some drivers tell us it's the most important cargo of their careers that they're hauling. You are listening to Trucking Tributes on Radio Nemo. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. I'm speaking with Bob Vanderbrink. Bob is a professional driver, tour bus operator turned professional driver for Quality Life Science Logistics, and he has had his share of Maine lobster and chowder. Now, was it the fish chowder, the corn chowder, or the clam chowder?
Clam chowder.
Clam chowder.
Clam chowder.
Yeah, I was going to say you blew it. You actually pronounced the R that time as chowder. Chowder. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's chowder. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, some people suggest maybe that we in Maine talk a little funny, Bob. I don't know what they're referring to, just because we drop the R's off every word that we happen to pronounce. But that's the way it is up here in Maine. Bob, what, between you and your wife, you've described a lot of the things that really have moved you. Are you able to pinpoint a favorite piece of your entire experience over the last few years?
The first year when my wife and I were there, we got what's called the first timer experience, where we got to take the tour and everything, and that will always stand out for me. And the other thing is the following the convoy out. Those are two of the highlights that I will never ever forget. And the fact that what I'm carrying, I'm used to very precious cargo, you might say, but this cargo that I carry for the Wreaths Across America is the most important cargo that I take.
And let's talk a little bit, Bob, if you don't mind describing your whole process. I mean, take us from checking in, getting loaded, that whole 9 yards there that's involved with picking up your veterans wreaths, and explain that process for those listening, because they may be right on the edge at this point, Bob. They may be thinking, 2025 is my year. So how does this all work?
When you check in, of course, you check in at the desk, and I always got to find Courtney to get my hug from Courtney, and from there, you're fed, you get the load, and then of course, I do attend the driver's banquet on Saturday, prelude to the taking the convoy, and the whole experience is just to describe it in one word is impossible. It's just, and your multitude of feelings, the feeling of pride that you have for your country, the feeling of sacrifice for those who gave all, and for those who were served and came back, and just to honor them, because we can't do what we do without what they did, because we wouldn't have the freedoms we enjoy today. And it's just it's an overwhelming experience. One word can't describe it. Many words. It's just so hard to put together exactly what it means.
Well, and as you said, Bob, you can describe it for folks and give them the feeling, the idea, just as you heard about it for the first time on Radio Nemo, right? People today are hearing it for the first time on Radio Nemo, and they're thinking, this sounds great, but it is hard to describe, and you really have to experience it in order to really let it sink in. And so many of our professional drivers on Trucking Tributes have shared that once they've done it once, they're hooked. Many folks say, once we've met our destination, we've been unloaded, we've done the wreath laying ceremony, and it's all over for the year, we're already projecting and thinking about the next year and participating again, because it's that meaningful to everyone. Would you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with it. I said last year that as I am ready and getting ready to retire, that last year would be my last year. But I I'm still driving, and I have to do this. And my hope is, and I know my company will very readily step up to the plate as well, that our company continues and other drivers for Quality Life Science get the opportunity to do the wreaths across America, convoy to Ellsworth, and then deliver wreaths to wherever they need them.
Well, I'm sure that your word of mouth is circulating throughout the company of Quality Life Science Logistics. We can't thank them enough for being a member of our honor fleet and having them have you come to the state of Maine. And as you said, Quality Life Science Logistics hauling pharmaceuticals, that's a pretty precious load in and of itself. But then you've got these veterans reefs going throughout the country, and you know that that is a sentiment from patriotic Americans to make sure that our fallen are remembered and our currently serving members are honored and their families are honored, and that we're teaching the next generation. Bob, why is it, you said you've got members of military in your family, of course, part of your family legacy. Why do you think the mission is so important?
As a mission statement is to teach and to honor. And the thing I can think of is never forget. Never forget. If you have never served, you're not aware of the sacrifice. My dear mother-in-law once said of soldiers who gave everything, and she also mentioned that the families of soldiers and the wives of the servicemen who served, how much they sacrificed as well. And they were part of the success of our military men.
100% spot on. And the old phrase coming out of World War II, keep those home fires burning. And look, I mean, even World War II, when we saw the Rosie movement come up where women were serving, they were serving back home. They were filling the jobs that the men vacated to actually be able to go fight and serve in our wars. And that created a whole new women's workers movement in our country. So much has been started because of that service. But you're absolutely right. The entire family serves. They are home. They are waiting word. They are helping to keep the morale of the service member up so that they can do and focus on their jobs. And it is so uber critical. So that's the absolute 100% truth, Bob. I'm speaking with Bob Vanderbrink with Quality Life Science Logistics out of Michigan today on Trucking Tributes. Bob, what have we not touched on that you think is super important to relay about your experience as a member of our honor fleet?
I again reiterate my thankfulness for my company for their willingness to participate every year. And it takes a lot for a company to do that. And we're not the biggest company, but we're a small, caring family type. I refer to it as a QLS family, and just so grateful for that, because we're just one small spoke in the wheel to get all these wreaths distributed and honor our veterans on. It is December 12th this year, is it?
December 13th, Saturday, December 13th.
December 13th, yes, okay.
Yep.
That was my senior moment right there, Susan. I'm sorry.
I have them all the time, Bob. No apology. Also, as one who is getting ready to retire, I totally appreciate that. But that's beautifully stated, Bob. Truly, from the Wreaths Across America family to the QLS family, we thank you so much for your time and your commitment to the mission. And now you've got a beautifully wrapped trailer and all that fun stuff. So I cannot wait to meet you in person and see that beautiful trailer. And safe journeys on the road, my friend. And we will see you, which not too far away now, Bob.
Not real far away. I'll be up there December 5.
Oh, we will see you in December then. And for those listening to Trucking Tributes today, don't wait. Now is the time to get engaged. In fact, if you have been sitting on the fence thinking, oh, 2025 is my year, you better get on the phone or get on that email now to wreathsacrossamerica.org/trucking. It's all spelled out, wreathsacrossamerica.org/trucking. Please reach out. We need trucks. They can be of any size. Don't let anything be an obstacle, because Courtney George, our Director of Transportation, her team in the transportation sector at Wreaths Across America, as far as I'm concerned, are absolute miracle workers when it comes to making arrangements. If you want to be a member of our honor fleet, make 2025 your year, and you will be a member of our honor fleet if you reach out, because folks all across the country are waiting for you to deliver that precious cargo in the form of those veterans wreaths. Once again, Bob Vanderbrink, thank you so much. Quality Life Science Logistics, thank you so much for being on Trucking Tributes today.
Thank you, and we will see you in December, Susan.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
And she's right, you are in the gang, Bro Gang, because that's the name of the show. And we're live from Fastport Studios in good old NOLA with Jimmy Mack.
A little bit of bureaucratic business before we kind of segue nicely into Highway to Health. We may be one step closer to clearing up a long-standing legal question about whether freight brokers can be held responsible for crashes involving motor carriers that they hire. The Supreme Court, SCOTUS, is taking up a case that could bring things up once and for all. Aaron Schlepper, senior counsel for Hush Blackwell, walks our good friend Scott and Ashley through the implications. Plus, there are new indications that the Canadian government is getting serious about Driver Inc., the employee misclassification scheme deemed by some to be the biggest threat facing the Canadian trucking industry. OOIDA board member Johanne Couture is among those fighting for change. She'll be joining our friends from OOIDA from the road, Thanksgiving in Canada no less, to help them, our friends with Trucking with OOIDA, make sense of the problems being caused by Driver Inc. and what it'll take to end the scheme together. It is the best pre-produced show in transportation, Trucking with OOIDA, immediately after Road Gang Radio here across the RadioNemo.com platform. Good morning, everybody. Big thanks to our friend Susan Patton for Trucking Tributes. Big shout out to our friend Gorgeous George, Courtney George, by the way. Please head over to wreathsacrossamerica.org and find out what you can do to move the mission forward. If you do want to, in fact, lay a couple of wreaths, can I please tell you again, wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. As you heard from the interview in the previous segment, so many of you found out about this organization through our efforts here. We just want you guys to make a donation to them through us, because all that money goes to the transportation fund. That's the big kicker about it. We don't get any kickback. We don't get any money over here. What we get, though, is an assurance and a guarantee that money actually will pour into the coffers of the people who need to drive those trucks and to make that logistically possible. Today is, basically Bald is Beautiful Day. I think that's kind of fantastic given where we're going next with our next guest. On our last Highway to Health, we actually talked about testicular cancer. This is almost a companion piece of sorts. I want you guys to go to bc.org. What you'll find there is Living Beyond Breast Cancer. And by the way, the mission statement, so simple, so to the point, and so right, because there's a lot packed into it. Living Beyond Breast Cancer is a national nonprofit that connects people with trusted information and a community of support. Couldn't ask for more than that. The information that you need and the people that you need to help you get to the other side of this. Chief Executive Officer of Living Beyond Breast Cancer, Jean Sachs, who has actually joined us before many years ago, is joining us again. Good morning to you. Thank you for making the time in your busy schedule. Welcome to Highway to Health.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's interesting as this does dovetail nicely with another conversation we had just last week ago. This really is about something that the outcomes are different depending upon the possession of information by those who could be affected. That is a big kind of player here. So can you kind of take us through who gets breast cancer and why it is so important to focus on early prevention?
Sure. Well, I have to say that question is a hard one to answer because unfortunately, too many women get breast cancer. And of course, there are men that can get breast cancer also, which I can talk about also. But the biggest risk for breast cancer is actually aging. So the majority of people that are diagnosed are over the age of 65. And that is sort of how we kind of think of breast cancer. But what's been happening over the last couple of decades is people are being diagnosed younger and younger and often, under the age of 40 when mammograms are recommended. So this often puts younger women in a really hard position. They'll feel a lump and they'll have to fight to get screening. But what we know a few things that put you at higher risk for breast cancer. One is if you have a genetic mutation. So that's in your DNA. You get 50% of those genes from mom, 50% from dad, and there are some known genetic markers that really do put you at much higher risk. But that's really less than 10%. Having children later in life, after 30, can put you at higher risk. Smoking, and then of course we assume there are environmental factors. But basically, aging is really your biggest risk.
So it really does behoove people, to continue to kind of check themselves and to also kind of be able to. And let's talk about that for a second too, because you said the idea of, how do women and some men put their foot down and say, no, I want this looked at. I found something and I'm concerned. And it's one of those things too where people often get accused of overreacting to stuff. This is one of those places where I don't think you can overreact too much. So can you kind of talk about the way women should approach their doctors and be like, let's take a look at this, please. I'm going to insist upon this. How do we create an environment where that people understand that they should do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have made it more confusing, I think, for women also because the guidelines have changed over the years. So they used to be get screened at 50, then it was 45, then it was 40. Then it was 45. So there is a little bit of, miscommunication about, when you should really start being screened by mammogram, which is just one modality. So I think we always say it's really important to know your body. I think women and men know when something is wrong, often better than a doctor. And if you are concerned, to really be clear that you want further investigation. One thing I didn't mention that I think is important for your first question is another thing that puts women at higher risk for breast cancer is having dense breast tissue. And that is, what that means is, first of all, it's harder for mammograms to work effectively because the tissue is so dense, it's harder to actually read the mammogram. But there is also something about dense tissue that just puts you at higher risk for having breast cancer. Dense breasts aren't just young. It's any age can have dense breasts. So now when you get your mammogram report, they actually have to say whether you have dense breasts or not. And if you do have dense breasts, then it's really important to talk to your doctor about not just doing mammograms, but adding in MRI or ultrasound, which are going to be better ways to detect breast cancer if you do have dense breasts.
Detection, by the way, and of course everybody knows the story, I found a lump. What are some of the signs and symptoms, though, but beyond just I found a lump? What are things that kind of, like I said, we know about some of the genetic markers. You've kind of unpacked the idea of what is going to put you in a position where you might want to start checking as soon as possible. But what are some of the signs that something has gone wrong?
Yeah, I think a lump is the biggest sign, and about a third of women will find that on their own. If you have an inverted nipple, that's another sign that you should go to the doctor. But those are the really the most important things. Breast cancer doesn't hurt. It's not like it's going to be painful, but it's just you may feel something that you never felt before. And again, we find about a third of breast cancers, women find it on their own. About a third are found via mammogram, and about a third just from clinical or self-breast exam. So it's important to be doing all those things, and also really knowing your family history, because that will put you at higher risk.
And not that we can't get even more information out there. I know for a fact that a lot of people are living longer these days because there's so many things that people keep up with now. People, we have a show on this show called Maintenance Matters, and a lot of people have businesses that are working a whole lot better because they keep up with the maintenance of their equipment. So much of the reason why we're living longer is so many people who have the means are actually kind of keeping up with it. Do you feel like, though, we're at the point where the understanding of the risks is that do you feel like that we've come a great deal of distance from too little too late, that more people are aware of this and more people understand their bodies and are able to kind of speak to their doctors in a way that allows them to be a proactive participant either in catching it or recovering from it?
It's complicated. It really depends on so many factors. Your education, your literacy, where you're being treated. Are you in a big academic medical center? Are you in a community hospital? I think for a lot of people, it's hard to question your doctor. We want to sort of just go and leave and not be told anything might be wrong. So a lot of what we do at Living Beyond Breast Cancer is provide information so women can have meaningful conversations with their doctor, sort of discussion guides. So I do think a lot of people know about the importance of mammograms, but not everybody is getting them. They're not the most comfortable things to get. And, I think sometimes it's like, do I really need to do this? So screening is still the best way to detect breast cancer early. Remember, this isn't prevention mammograms. It's just detecting early. But we know if we find it early, there's a much better chance of being treated and having this not become, a much bigger life-threatening problem.
And you talk about this as much as you're comfortable doing so. I mean, you have a real background in this, not just in the length of which you've been with the organization, because you've been on the ground with them since '96. You have a personal story as well, so you kind of understand how to kind of help people through this process, what it means to be supportive during this process, and what it means to actually be able to talk to people at a level where you can say, I understand. That's the fact, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and that makes a difference, doesn't it? The idea that we've got to all start speaking to people in a way that we have to meet them where they are, because one of the things your organization does is make sure that the people who don't have information, people who are, I guess I would call it an information desert, actually have the resources available to them, because that's the biggest threat. It's among the lower middle class and the poor, where we don't want to question our doctor, and we really don't always. We worry about the bottom line and how much things are going to cost, right?
Absolutely. And I also think there's a lot of misinformation in the world today, and it's easier to get information than ever before. You can Google something. It might be an AI-generated answer. It might come from an unreputable source. So I think it's really important. Don't believe everything you read. Always make sure you're going to trusted, vetted sources if you are going to do your own research. And also, breast cancer is not one disease. We know that. There are many types of breast cancer, so you have to really understand what type you have in order to get the most effective treatment. It's it's like we have gotten much better at treating breast cancer, but it's also become much more complicated for patients.
So can we kind
And
of
cost, I agree with you. Cost is such a big issue. I mean, luckily, because the Affordable Care Act mandated that at least for those people that have insurance, your annual mammogram screening over the age of 40 is covered. But if you're younger, it's not always going to be covered unless your doctor, calls it a diagnostic mammogram.
Let's talk about diagnoses, by the way. Okay, so like I said, we have a lot of men and women out there who drive trucks for a living. Many people, many of our husbands out there spend a lot of time away. It's really important. And I know this from personal experience, that many people who survive, who get to the other side, get there because they have a great deal of community, and I mean that lowercase and capital C support. Talk about if you have somebody in your life who has been diagnosed with breast cancer, some steps that you can take to be the most effective kind of ally, friend, and someone who is deeply in love with the people in the world around you, to be there for them, to get them through this process.
Yeah, I mean, I think we really believe at Living Beyond Breast Cancer, you do better if you have a community of support. And what we find all the time is that community might not be who you thought it would be. It might be that your partner really can't be supportive, is too afraid, or for whatever reason, but there's probably someone in your life, whether it's a sibling, an aunt, an uncle, someone in your church, your synagogue, like someone you find in a support group who really can, support you through this. Because if you face breast cancer treatment, there's a lot of things that happen, and it does impact your day-to-day life. And so we really encourage people to figure out who in their life really can help them manage this health crisis, and to let them in. I think for women, it's often really hard to ask for help. We kind of like to do it all. But this is a time where, asking for help and being really clear about what you want. Can you pick up the kids tomorrow? Can you, things that are very specific that would help, as opposed to, you don't need 10 lasagnas dropped off at your house. So I think we try to help women really figure out how to ask for what they need.
And by the way, I'm just kind of spitballing here. Part of it is also kind of making that it's okay to kind of think about this as putting together a team, because you did make mention that sometimes a spouse really isn't equipped emotionally and doesn't know what to do and is lost. But sometimes people can sit down around a kitchen table with the people in their lives they trust. Like I said, we have a lot of our friends out there who drive on the road, and sometimes you got to keep earning. The wheels got to keep turning, or you're not earning. And so what ends up happening is that it's okay to kind of sit down and say, you will do this, he will do this, she will do that. And each one of these roles can be kind of worked out, that you almost figure out a way to create a community. You can actually do that, can't you? You can build a community that provides, I guess, what we call different emotional services. One person is picking up the kids and kind of making sure that they're getting to the other side of this emotionally stable. Another group of people is taking care of grocery shopping. But the idea is that it's okay to actually have a plan. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it is. And I always say, it's not always the patient that has to even create the plan. I think it's a good time to think about, who do you know in your life who has good executive functioning skills, who might actually do that for you. There's online platforms where you can kind of create like a whole calendar of who's doing what, or you can just do it on a simple notepad, phone tree. But that's where I think if there are people that want to help, instead of saying, making the patient do all the heavy lifting, saying, hey, let me come over and sit with you and talk through what you're most concerned about, and let's make a plan together to see who can help you. And I think that's really effective. And there are, most of the time, someone in your life who will set up and, step up and really do that.
The other thing is that, and like I said, I'm, just thrilled that you're here and making time, and a lot of this stuff is based on my own kind of anecdotal personal experience. This is why it's so important to be a member of a community as well, Jean, is that what we end up doing is we we know people who have been through this and got to the other side. The famous story of the guy who jumps in the ditch with the other guy. He says, "Why did you jump in? Now we're both in the ditch." And he says, "Yeah, but I've been here before and I know the way out." And it's something,
That's great.
there's something kind of moving about the fact, this is why it's so important to be involved in your own community, to help when help is asked from you, because when it comes, hopefully not, but your time comes, you can go, you know what, Jean, she went through this. She's a great resource. We're going to go talk to her, and maybe she can help us figure out where we can actually put together a team and to structure. And this is why that kind of connection is so important, that sometimes helping people through this may be giving yourself the blueprint when, God forbid, it comes for you, correct?
Absolutely. And, I think it's really meaningful to people when they can give back and help. That human connection has so much meaning. And for those people that don't have someone, Living Beyond Breast Cancer has a helpline, and we can connect you. It's all peer-to-peer support, so we can connect you with someone in a similar circumstance who's been diagnosed. So you have someone to talk to. We also have, online communities. If you're up at 3 a.m. and you have a question, you can type a question, and it's amazing how many people are up that time of night and can answer, or really any time during the day. And there's a lot of other breast cancer organizations and resources. We always say, don't go through this alone. You do not have to go through this alone. And I think for those that help, it's so satisfying for them. It really is.
Okay, so let's kind of talk some tough stuff here too. What can people kind of expect when if this begins? If, like I said, God forbid, it begins, it starts. What are some of the expectations that both of those who are giving support, and most importantly, the person who's going through it, can expect in regards to the time consumption? Because there are people who often have to keep making money for their families right up until the moment when they can't. So what are we looking at here in regards to time and in regards to commitment? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a good question. We always say, breast cancer is a health crisis, but for way too many people, it can also be a financial crisis. So I think when you're first diagnosed, you feel the lump, whatever, and you have a biopsy, and then you find out, yes, there is cancer. I think one thing that's important to remember, it can take a couple of weeks to get a full diagnosis. So having a lot of patience in the beginning, and that's often the hardest time, when you know you have cancer, but you don't know all the details yet, so you don't have your full treatment plan. Are you going to need surgery first, or are you going to need chemotherapy, or are you going to need radiation? There's a lot of different ways that we treat this disease, and so there's a time period where there's tests, pathology has to be run, and so we always say be really patient, and know that it might be a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before you really have your full treatment plan. And that's a time where I think, having some support just to manage anxiety is important. But then once you have your treatment plan, then you kind of know what you're facing, right? You're like, okay, this is going to be whatever it is. If it's 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, and you can start thinking about, okay, what do I need to do to get through this? I find that once that happens, many people feel a little bit less anxious because they're like, okay, I have a plan. I know what's going to happen, and I'm going to go through it. The other thing I'll say is, you really want doctors that are compassionate and then you connect with. So if you don't like the first doctor you see, get a second opinion. I think that when you're diagnosed with cancer, it is so important to have someone that you trust who will listen to you. And sometimes it takes 1 or 2 times to find that right connection, but it's worth it.
Really quickly, guys, lbbc.org. You can find them on Instagram at Living Beyond BC, on Facebook at Living Beyond Breast Cancer, on YouTube, which, by the way, they have some great videos over there at Living Beyond BC, and then on LinkedIn, Living Beyond Breast Cancer. The big thing for a lot of people at the end of the day is keeping people's spirits up. Can you talk a little bit about, and this isn't just up with people or distraction, it's really important to make sure the person stays active, because we now know that there's a direct connection between mind and body and inflammation issues and all kinds of stuff. You want to make sure the person maintains as healthy of a lifestyle once this process starts, if they already weren't there, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. We absolutely know that if you are able to do exercise, and I don't mean running a marathon, but literally just walking making time to do that every day. If you're in chemotherapy, there are a lot of studies that do show that it's more effective, but it's also just really good for your mental health. Living Beyond Breast Cancer has a very basic exercise series. It's on YouTube called Be Active, and there's 3 different levels for every exercise. So people who are, beginning, in the middle, or a little bit more advanced. I think it's like a 3-week program that's completely free to download. But yeah, everybody has different ways to sort of quiet their mind. So if you're a knitter or a reader, or you like to walk, doing yoga, meditating, listening to music, whatever it is, make time to do that. Try to make time to take care of yourself as you're going through what can be challenging treatment, depending on what you're facing.
By the way, and this is such a funny thing. As a bald man, I was laughing because today is National Be Bald and Be Beautiful Day. That's actually a thing. Just on a personal level, can you talk about the idea of families will shave their heads, all that kind of stuff? How important is the family union to doing fun stuff like that, to doing these kind of supportive things? How much of an impact does it in fact have? I know it becomes something that becomes a rallying point. But is there a real kind of, how much can positive thinking to a large degree help the patient in the darkest of moments? And I realize at the end of the day, I'm not a woo-woo guy. The disease does what the disease does. But, are the outcomes better?
Well, I think anytime you can kind of take a hard situation and make it, a little bit funner or easier, or a group activity, that is a good thing. So, but always let the patient decide, do they want to shave their head or have their partner or a friend do it as well? Remember, depending on your treatment, there are really good techniques now called scalp cooling where hair loss can be prevented. So if losing your hair is a big anxiety point, talk to your doctor. Many, many, many women are no longer having to lose their hair. So it's important to ask about that. But yes, I do think whatever it is, things you like to do. I think we also have to remember when you're diagnosed with cancer, you are not cancer, right? You're still who you were. And people still want to do the things they love, whether it's game night or movie night or whatever and so I think it's important to remember, don't shield them from life. They don't always want to talk about cancer. So I think finding ways to just keep them engaged. And obviously, if you have children, kind of impossible to focus on your disease all the time because you're busy. But, there are many people that live alone. As you say, they might be working on the road. But it is really important to not just treat them as patients. They want to be people.
Yeah, and I just had the idea that it becomes part of your schedule. It doesn't become you. The thing is the fact that it's a big issue that has to become accommodated in your daily life, of course, but it need not metastasize your calendar. And I'm not being glib when I say that. It should not eat everything else alive, because that would be the final indignity to a large degree, that the life that is worth living and fighting for doesn't actually end up getting lived because the whole world becomes simply about that one thing. We don't have much time left. I wanted to give you one more chance to let our listeners out there know what they can do, how they can start, or any final thoughts you have.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, Living Beyond Breast Cancer, you can find us easily on the web, as on YouTube, Instagram, anywhere. We have a lot of resources. We have a peer-to-peer support. We also assistance grants to people who are in treatment and facing financial hardship. You can find all this information on our website, as well as lots and lots of videos, whether you want to learn more about want to learn about how to maintain quality of life. We have a lot on nutrition, exercise, mindfulness, a whole bunch of things. And I just want to personally say that I did drive across, I live in Philadelphia, so I did drive Route 80 this summer back and forth to Colorado. I give a lot of credit to the truckers on the road. It was quite an experience.
Yeah, and by the way, it's if you spend more than just a couple of moments or just one trip on the road, you end up realizing how much of a job they're doing keeping us safe and how much they're looking out for us all, like you are, by the way.
Absolutely.
Like you are, by the way, and I can't thank you enough for making time during this Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Guys, I'm going to say it again, lbbc.org. Head on over there and make the miracle happen. Thank you so much, Jean. You're welcome back anytime.
Okay, take care of yourself.
All right. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, we're going to be back on the other side of this break. It is Road Gang Radio. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler is going to be coming on over. Lots of stuff to talk about. So hang on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Jimmy Mack, LaRue, and myself. Me, myself, and I. We'll be right back after this. Jimmy Mack. At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off. But we're still rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. I'm sick, so I can have a little kind of a boom, 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 boom. I should go record a blues album today, actually.
Yes. That's one of the best moments in the movie, the Blues Brothers, when John Lee Hooker's out in the street when they actually had to, right before they go to see Aretha. They go to see Aretha Franklin, who is working at the diner and married to one of the members of the band as they put the band back together. Right before she sings Respect, we cut to a street in Chicago, and there are all these people out in the street dancing and singing, and there on a chair with his sunglasses on and his big old fedora hat is John Lee Hooker. Boom, 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 boom.
I gotta rewatch that movie.
Oh, it's so good. It is so good. And by the way, it was a total disaster. It shouldn't have worked. It came off the rails completely, and somehow, some way. Here's something really fun. When they pay off the bill at the end of the Blues Brothers, Lindsay, the county clerk they pay off the bills to, he's late. He's actually having a bite to eat in the back, and then he walks out and he's able to take their money and sign for it. It's Steven Spielberg.
Yeah.
It's Spielberg
yeah.
with
I
only
didn't
a
realize
mustache. He deliberately shaved his beard because he was so recognizable with a beard and mustache and so recognizable without any of it But when he walked out with a mustache, a lot of people don't realize he looks really different because he's got that, that soft chin, but this big bushy mustache. And it's like, wait a minute. If you go back and you watch the Blues Brothers, it is like a who's who of the 70s. Everybody pops up in it. All these kind of groovy people. It's maybe one of the best musicals ever made. And there are people who don't realize it's a musical until they watch it. It's really good.
Well, and speaking of Belushi, we watched the other night the John Candy documentary that's currently out.
Ooh. So good.
Have you seen it?
I've seen it. It's so
How have
good.
you seen it? Of course.
I love you. SCTV
I can't
was
wait
so
till you
important.
haven't watched something at some point.
There's things you recommended to me that I've actually. I think the Lazarus Project you might have recommended to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think the.
I
think
did?
You, I think
You sure
you,
did.
Did
I
I
think
watch
you,
that?
Yeah, I think you recommended the Lazarus Project to me.
My brain's on another planet, so I'll fit right in if we get our next guest on the line.
I'll
We're
vouch
talking
for
UFOs. Yeah. But the John Candy, man, it was so good but also I was talking about it at the bus stop this morning, Jim, because it's also, if you guys haven't seen it, I can't remember what it's on yet. Do you remember, Jim, what streaming it's on?
It's Netflix, I think. No. It's Prime. It's Prime.
Is it Prime? Okay. And here, I'm trying to get back on that thing so I can see you. A couple of things that stood out to me, Jim, though. I mean, first of all, it's interesting. We were talking about kind of the larger stars of the past and they really touch on this, how when he did get healthy or start to get healthy and lose weight, the people in his life, the managers, the agents, not his wife, but other people would not love that because I can't sell. I've made you a star based on your weight. I can't sell you, even though that's not in his head what he was based on. And you can tell all these huge names talking about him. You can tell there was not a mean bone in this man's body. He was just a kind, gentle teddy bear. And Jim, did you notice when
So sad.
There's two different interviews, one in particular where she's asking about his weight. Well, if you did lose weight, when you feel like a better new person, and she digs and she won't let it go, and they pan to his face and you can see
He's ashen.
He just kind of smile. He just still smiles and says no, just so sweet and somber. But you see what's going on internally, and it's painful. And then you realize the painful scene from Plane, Trains, and Automobiles where Steve Martin's character just berates him. And the I Like Me. The documentary is called I Like Me. You see when he's being berated in the scene, you know what he's thinking. You know what that method acting is. He's thinking about being berated his whole life.
It's so
it
grounded.
just breaks my heart. And I think, quite frankly, a lot of our listeners, truck drivers, can identify with it. We have a lot of listeners who have battled weight issues and worked at getting healthy, being on the road, and I think it's oddly inspiring to own your image, own your self-image, whatever it is, whoever you are, whatever you look like. Just own it. Get healthy for you, though, not for the other people. Get healthy because you want to feel good, not because you care what you look like or what Joe Schmo says, but because you want to feel good. But man, he carried it. I was so moved by that documentary.
It's interesting too because it brings up two stars on this Bald is Beautiful Day. It brings up two stars I've been thinking.
Happy day to you. By the way,
Thank you
sir.
very much. I own it. I live it. I love it. It's interesting too because it brings up John Goodman, not for baldness but for obesity, and it brings up Bruce Willis for baldness. And both of them actually, and I have to imagine, maybe not based on John Candy, but based on the experience of how. What the trap that he was caught in from an image standpoint. I don't know if you know this about Bruce Willis. He went bald a lot sooner than people think he did. He actually was much more bald and moonlighting than he actually looks like. What they did, though, was they accepted the fact, he and his agent accepted the fact that he was going bald, and they mapped out a course of a receding hairline for him. That if you go watch his movies for like a 5-year period, Lindsay, they slowly creep that hairline back. They get audiences used to seeing him like that until finally he goes completely bald. And I didn't.
Doesn't that give you the icks a little bit?
No, I don't have a problem with it because you also don't want to.
Icks.
You don't want to be like Sean Connery, who once he realized that other people were doing it and that bald was acceptable, he just literally tore the hairpiece off. Off it, and that's okay. That's a groovy thing. But the idea that you're just starting your career. Connery could do it because he was Sean Connery. He could do it. But, I see what you're saying with the ick. I get what you mean, the idea that you have to do that. But then John Goodman gradually lost weight over the course of about 5 or 6 movies, that he did it very gradually. And he did it to get people used to him being like that so that he could continue to work, because after all, he was the fat guy from Roseanne. I mean, that's who he was. That's what he was supposed to be. And, you run the risk. What happens? I mean, speaking of ick, Jennifer Grey and her infamous nose surgery. The girl from Dirty Dancing.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to change her nose. She was like Barbra Streisand. She liked her unique look.
I like me.
And it was an attempt to kind of fix a deviated septum so she could breathe better. And they ended up fixing her nose. And she didn't want her nose fixed. She didn't work again. She lost her distinctive. She became just another pretty brunette.
Such a blessing and a curse to get such a quick rise to fame. So, right off the bat from whatever your first project is. And then you're really beholden to that. It's such a catch-22. It's like, oh my God, yes, I made it. I'm on the scene from a Roseanne or whatever it is. When now you're pigeonholed into that for something that is physically stands out. Your Betty Boop moment. Anyway, I highly encourage it to watch I Like Me, the documentary on John Candy. They hit a little bit on the Second City Live and Saturday Night Live and the sort of the dichotomy of those two, but it's really, really good. It's really, really good. I highly recommend it. Also, I highly recommend whatever you're about to say, Jimmy.
Well, no, I recommend you go ahead and say it. Unleash it. By the way, I had a good time. This is like so up my alley. Such a good time.
It's now up my alley. This didn't used to be up my alley, but now it's up my alley. Man, I look to the sky every single night. I don't want to say I look to the sky and say, take me every night, but it's getting close. It's getting close.
Remember what Don Henley's great song, They're Not Here, They're Not Coming? He's like, why would they come here? Why would they come here? So that they can celebrate a cartoon rat? Why would they come here? So they can have McNuggets? He's like, they're not coming, dude. Get your life together. Maybe they'll show up in a couple of thousand years. He's like, they're not coming, pal. They don't play Merle. He actually has a line where he says they don't play Merle on the radio anymore. They're not coming. By the way, you know who is here, though?
I do. Andy, let's go.
Andy McGrillen is joining us. He is the host of that UFO podcast, a show dedicated to exploring the mysteries of the UFO UAP phenomenon through in-depth conversation with scientists, journalists, experiencers, I love that, and researchers. He's also the author of Atlas of UFOs, a global look at some of the most compelling cases and famous quotes on the subject. He combines a passion for storytelling. He's a really wonderful storyteller, with a thoughtful, balanced approach to the UFO topic, making him a trusted voice in that particular community. Andy, welcome. It took us long enough, but we got you.
Yeah, good morning. Technical difficulties abound, but thank you for having me on.
Well, I mean, maybe you could be in, I don't know, London or Ireland or outer space for all it seems with technical. I'm trying to get you on the phone, so apologies on this. And maybe you're on a spaceship. Maybe that's why we had technical difficulties. I blame space.
Under the ice in Antarctica. Yeah, good. Yeah. By the way, since this is the spooky season, there's a lot of talk about, including hearings at the U.S. Congress. Just from a curious standpoint, which sci-fi movie, sci-fi horror movie, or sci-fi positive movie is one that really inspires you, that you really think is great and does a really terrific job, kind of giving a full breadth to the sort of culture and the sort of community that the UFO podcast kind of engenders?
So my favorite sci-fi movie is Independence Day. Love that.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah. Well, I've got two. So the first one's Independence Day, which is, I think, I'm going to use the word realistic, okay? It's realistic to a point. I like the build-up, and I like this in any UFO movie, where you see the build of how they find these things are coming, where they're coming from, what the initial reaction is like from the world. And yes, it's a really good movie, really fun. The less said about the sequel, the better. The sequel was horrendous, really awful film. But the one that I really, really enjoy is Signs, with obviously Mel Gibson, M. Night Shyamalan. Great movie, and I think the scene everyone always talks about is when you see they're watching the news, and it's a clip from a Brazilian birthday party, like a kid's party, and you see the alien in the alleyway kind of walk past just for a second and look, but it's so realistic looking, and you know what is real. But yeah, that's always stuck with me. So Independence Day with a nod to Signs, I think are two very well done movies.
I think I'm gonna have to watch Signs again. You just inspired me to watch it. And I didn't. I've gotten it all. I'm fascinated with all your work. It's so well. It's so well done. First of all, I've found a new fascination with this later in life because we these are things we didn't talk about, at least in my house growing up. But I'm curious. Well, let's back up. I'm gonna ask you why now. Why? Because I have all of a sudden a lot of my friends too are looking up to the skies quite a bit, and it's obviously because we're talking about it. I have a deeper question there, but let's back up for a minute. Let's go little Andy because we love figuring out the connection here. Why, how you've ended up what you're doing today. Talk to me about little Andy and what was it if you look back as a child. Did you have a fascination with this? Was there a curiosity of the skies or just something greater and bigger out there that you see like, oh, it was clear that kid was going to do this kind of work as an adult?
So little Andy was a complete geek, not too dissimilar to Big Andy, to be honest. So as I was a kid who enjoyed going to the library, I would get, I'm 39, so we're talking about the kind of mid-90s. I'd go to the library before the internet, got all kind of books out. I enjoyed getting like VHS videotapes for people. I'm guessing folks listening to this know what VHS is. So I would get videotapes out the library of, Loch Ness Monster, which is obviously big in Scotland and around the world. I'm from Glasgow in Scotland. And I just loved reading about mysteries like the pyramids of Egypt, aliens. I'm not a big ghost person because ghosts scare me. So not that I don't believe, but it's just not my wheelhouse, not my thing. So ghosts can stay away. But I was always really into the UFO topic. And then I used to go to the Boys Brigade, which I believe you do have in the United States, I was told. If folks aren't aware, it's a little bit like the Scouts. And one night leaving the Boys Brigade, it used to have the meetings in a church. And it was like around this time of year, October, November, mid-90s, late night, 9 o'clock. So it's kind of dark skies. And it was a clear night. And myself, my mother, my sister, a friend, and his mum were all leaving the church where the BB meeting was. And it's a really built-up area. To give you a picture, we're not talking expanses of fields and all that kind of stuff you would normally think of with UFO sightings and abandoned roads. This is a really built-up area. Thousands of houses, community centre, local shops, all open, cars driving up and down the road. And about half a mile along the road, there's a sports centre, like football field and soccer field, as you would say, and all that kind of stuff. And you couldn't see the bottom of this object, but imagine like a Ferris wheel from a carnival or a fair, tilted at an angle, spinning incredibly fast. And it was just lights. I couldn't make out like an object. I couldn't say it was a disc or whatever, but these lights were just spinning incredibly fast. It wasn't up in the sky. It was really low down. And I remember we all saw this. We stared at it for a little while. And after maybe 30 seconds or a minute, I'm going back 30 years here, remember. So there's no camera phones. There's nothing to record this with. We kind of thought it looked interesting, really strange, and then kind of just went home. Didn't walk towards it. We walked a slightly different way to get home. And that always stuck with me. And that was the kind of first proper ever real UFO sighting I'd ever seen. And it wasn't just a small light in the sky. It wasn't.
Did anybody
Did we talk about it?
Or did everybody kind of be like, let's not, was there discussion?
No, not really. Like we walked home, and I remember my mum saying that's a bit weird, that's strange. But my mum now, she's not into UFOs at all, isn't into the topic. She knows I do this podcast and I've got a book and everything like that. But I've asked her about the event since, and she doesn't really remember. She says she remembers seeing something, but she can't think what it was. And that's the same for everyone else in the group, to be honest, which is really odd. I remember it really clearly. Like I say, I'd be lying if I said it was like a disc or a saucer, but it was just lights spinning round at a ridiculous pace. There was no carnival, there was no fair. And it's the mid-90s. Like, what do? Do you go home and phone the police and tell them you've seen a UFO? Like, there's nowhere to report it that you would know of back then. And I think that's probably the case even now for most UFO sightings. Anyone who sees something tends not to report it. That's probably 99% of UFO sightings. So that was me as a kid and my interest, and it's always stuck with me.
Really quickly, before we kind of get into more questions here, guys, go to thatufopodcast.com. You can find Andy also on Instagram at That UFO Podcast. Same as on YouTube, That UFO Podcast. On the X, formerly Twitter, UFO, UAPAM, and then his book Atlas of UFOs is available everywhere books are sold. It's good to have Andy on here, by the way. Let's kind of talk about the fact is that we are in a different time now, though, because even in the 90s, it was like you make that phone call and Lindsay, they're like going, okay, we'll send somebody out there with a truck for you. Now the game,
jacket.
Yeah, exactly. The straight jacket's coming. Talk to us a little bit about, with the recent hearings in the U.S. Congress, that really this is kind of you are kind of the man cometh the moment. There really is not just renewed interest, but like people are talking. People are talking and everybody's kind of talking and people don't get crazy looks anymore. Like if Lindsay or I bring this up at a party, nobody's going, okay, I'm not going to say any names. I'm just going to point at the crazies and whistle. So how does it feel to be in this kind of moment with UFOs and UAPs?
Yeah, I think it stems from things kicked off in 2017. I would say this phase of ufology, the interest where we are worldwide, is all based off of an article in the New York Times by Leslie Kane, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper. And they basically, I'll use layman language here because it makes sense. They basically confirmed the US government had studied UFOs and they had the names of the programs, they named budgets, black budgets, senators that were involved. And that basically blew open the idea that the US had always denied they had any interest in the UFO topic and had no fingers in any pies. And it turns out they did, to the tune of millions of dollars at least. And that's kind of just gained traction over the kind of last 8 years, to the point now we have had multiple congressional hearings. It's been discussed in the Senate. You've got, Representative Anna Polina Luna, Representative Tim Burchett, Representative Eric Burleson, and a whole host of others have played a part in really bringing this topic forward. I will caveat that to say I get what the political state of things is like in the United States. I probably know more about US politics in UK because of the podcast. So regardless where people's leanings are or what they think of what they're saying, they're talking about a very difficult subject. And I think if you went back 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and, you guys, Lindsay, you're saying about you couldn't talk about it in your household, you've now got congressional members and members of the Senate talking about this subject. You've had any number of presidents from the last 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 talking about UFOs during their terms and after. And there's a reduced stigma, which is great. It's certainly not gone, depending on who you speak to, but it's really interesting to see it discussed in a big way. And it's certainly more openly discussed in the mainstream in the United States than it is, especially in the UK. It's not really hit the mainstream here, but the hearings have made a huge difference, and it's really interesting to hear a lot of ideas being discussed. Tim Burchett recently sat on the Tucker Carlson podcast and was talking about the ideas that there are alien bases underwater locally to the United States. That's crazy to think a sitting congressman is having that conversation in a serious way in a public forum, whereas that would have been a career killer years ago. Now, it's something that people are openly listening to and discussing. So it's not just we've got something coming from another planet to here. We've got different dimensional beings being discussed, underwater bases. Everything's on the table, and it seems the public are a little bit more palatable to discussing it and hearing it.
Yeah, diffused a little bit now with it being on TV and quote unquote reputable people bringing it up into the masses. So I'm curious from you, since you've always stepping into with these hearings coming about, you were already so versed in it. I'm curious what your biggest takeaway from these hearings was, and if you think these are genuinely really pushing disclosure forward, or are we just still scratching the surface? Because was there any new information that you were made aware of by watching these, by being a part of these hearings?
I suppose, especially the most recent ones, there's not necessarily been a whole lot of new information if you're relatively well versed in the topic. So people like myself who have to kind of live this day in, day out, people who listen and watch the UFO topic regularly, probably knew a lot of what was said other than maybe the details of some of the stories. But I think for the masses, for the general public, you're seeing, active U.S. servicemen, the first active duty serviceman, Chief Alexandro Wiggins, I believe is the name, just off the top of my head, who talked about a recent sighting from a year or two ago, an encounter that happened while on duty. You've got Dylan Borland, who's now left his position, but he was talking about his own experience. So you've got folks coming forward and having these conversations in an open forum. Is it progressing things massively? I don't think so, but I think where we are, the congressional hearings are kind of holding the policymakers' feet to the fire. And what's really interesting for me is, for a subject that we're told there's nothing to this, and these are all misidentifications, these are all nonsense, these are all crazies, there seems to be a lot of pushback from people within the government, from people who don't want this to come out, pushing back on whistleblowers and making life very difficult for these people to come forward and talk about nothing. And I put nothing in quotations there.
Yeah.
I want to ask a couple of questions. Well, first of all, I now dig why you like Independence Day so much, because are you one of those people that believes anything that can get here, I'm not sure if we want it here? Is that part of the consideration? Because if they could make it all the way across and get here, they probably have better technology than us, and we should be very wary of them. Or are you open? Like I said, I've listened to a lot of your stuff, so there seems to be, like I said, a real balance here. But, if in fact this stuff gets confirmed, do we want this stuff here? Do we want them here?
Do you know what? It's a really good question, and it's a difficult one to answer with a straight answer, because I think if I look at it from a human point of view, there are a lot of people on this planet that I wouldn't trust with a gun, or I wouldn't trust with an F-18 fighter jet, or I wouldn't trust behind a commercial airliner, but there are people you would trust. And I think it's no different for any other species, that there would be some good, some bad, some indifferent. It just depends how advanced they might be. We may find that something coming here is from a species that only actually has one craft of that kind, and this is pure just throwing this out there to think of it in a different way. What if a species elsewhere might not be too far technologically removed from us, but they have discovered this new propulsion, and they have sent a drone off, a really advanced drone, off into the solar system, and it makes its way here. So we're just assuming, and we have to assume, these things are more technologically advanced than us. We've got a rover on Mars just now that has a little drone on top of it. Then the drone comes off, and the drone can fly at something like 10 or 20 feet away from the rover, just to survey the landscape and go back. Now, if you imagine that technology 100 years in the future, how much more advanced are our rovers and our drones going to be? And could we send them off into the galaxy, out, to different planets? And what would that look like to different civilizations? So there's a good chance a lot of the things we are seeing now, and especially the US Navy, for example, what they're encountering, are really advanced drones, but not of human origin. That's one takeaway I've got where things are at right now. And it just makes sense given our evolution of technology right now with AI and drone technology and propulsion systems. If you just add those together, something doesn't have to be that much more advanced than us to make its way here. And then to your point about would it be aggressive, would we want these things to come here? It seems a really potentially long way to travel if we're talking something coming from distant planets to come here and be aggressive. But you don't know. And that's that whole dark forest theory. If you're in the dark forest and no one can see you, that's an advantage to you. But as soon as you turn your flashlight on and make a sound, all kinds of animals and creatures could know you're there. And we're sending off any number of signals into the universe to say we are here, we're available, we've got technology, there's different signatures we give off. We set off all kind of nuclear weapons and bombs that send signatures off into the galaxies. We're not being quiet. That's one thing. We're certainly not being quiet as a civilization.
And speaking as a civilization from a global perspective, do you see cultural differences? Are they playing a role, like in how these sightings are being reported or believed? Is anybody out there doing it better than us, or being more matter of fact, or how culturally is this playing out?
I think different parts of society, that's a good question, react to these things differently. Like, I think in South America, there's a lot more understanding and reporting and discussions around UFOs, what they are. They're more accepted. You know, indigenous folks would say that they're, when they talk about spirits and all that kind of stuff, and I wouldn't pretend to be an expert on indigenous peoples, but they would talk about, you know, people from the sky, different beings, all being part of nature, and they're far more accepting towards it. I think it seems to be especially in the Western world, as our technology has advanced, as we've come away from a lot more of the kind of basic roots of kind of being a human being, we've kind of forgotten what a lot of that stuff is. So your daily coffees, your mobile phones, your entertainment, your Hollywood, it's just kind of, I don't know if it's dumbed us down, but it certainly numbed us to being receptive to what's around us. Having an interest in UFOs, whenever I walk my dog at night, I look up to the sky and just kind of look around. And you see quite often, I live in an area with low light pollution. You'll see like meteors and satellites and that kind of stuff. And you see the odd kind of strange thing. I won't say they're UFOs, but you know. But I look up, whereas I imagine most folks now when they're walking outside in the street are looking down at their phones.
Yeah.
So when people say they've never seen anything, are they looking for anything? Are they looking up or are they looking down? So I think certainly our civilization, the way it's gone, is we're not spending time looking for things anymore. And maybe with the congressional hearings and what's happened the last kind of 7 or 8 years, that's changed in a way, which has been good. And I get a lot of folks getting in touch with me to say they're big fans of the topic. They have been for decades, 50, 60 years sometimes. And it's a real mix of people from around the world. Some have had experiences, some have never, but they've got an interest and a common interest in the topic still.
Andy, can we take a quick break, and can you just hang on just for a moment? We want to kind of wrap up and get a few more questions in before we get to the other side of this break. We'll come back and we'll wrap up with you. Is that okay? That's great. Okay. Well, Lindsay, you'll indulge me on this because there's one other thing. Oh,
please. I have so much more I want to talk about. We're talking Andy McGrillen, that UFOpodcast.com. You're going to want to listen to this. You're going to want to read everything this man puts out there. He'll be back with us for a few more minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Road Gang Radio continues after these messages. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, and of course, Andy
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Andy McGrillen joins us this morning, of course, of that UFO podcast. Andy, I got to tell you, there are a lot of people in Rendlesham Forest and a lot of people at RAF Woodbridge from December of 1980 who probably are demanding an apology about right now from a lot of people. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. For those of you who don't know, that's the Roswell. That's the only comp I can give it. That's the Roswell of Great Britain. Those people from RAF Woodbridge must be so pissed off right now, being like, we told you, We warned you. We said it. Has there been any other developments on that front? I really haven't kept up with that as much as I wanted to, but it's the first thing I thought of as more of these stories came up. I thought about Roswell and I thought about Rendlesham. Any more information there before Lindsay kind of has a final question for you?
Not necessarily, but I think it's a really good point, especially on like Rendlesham. Roswell is one of those cases. It's the one everyone knows. It's the name. It's the brand almost of ufology. Everyone's passed away who was involved in it. People's grandchildren are now passing away who were involved in what happened there. So it's very much testimony, files, classification, secrets, and rumors. Rendlesham obviously being a bit more recent, being in the 1980s. It's the first case where someone managed to successfully, claim insurance, I believe, based on injuries that happened at that event. So it's one of those. There are records, there are files, there has been a payout based on that, and I think that's something that a lot of servicemen based not only in the US but around the world who have potentially had encounters with objects who haven't been able to speak about it over the years and the decades must now be looking, thinking there's something to this. And when you think about payouts, those could go into the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars if people start to come forward, if we get that kind of disclosure, if we get an admission from the government there's something to this. Think of all the servicemen and women over the years who have had an incident, been injured and had to leave duty or not be allowed to talk about it for fear of ruining their careers. So I think that'll potentially be the legacy of something like Rendlesham and Roswell down the line.
Yeah, Lindsay, if you get a chance, I like to give Lindsay the creeps for no other reason than I just enjoy it. Look up the Rendlesham Forest incident, and I think it's so up your alley. It's really a terrific story. You just can't. It's just too many Air Force people, too many serious customers saying they saw something to kind of be able to turn in the other direction. I'll hand it over to you, Lindsay.
Well, Andy, I'm just curious. I know you've made this really your life's work, and you're so passionate about it, and clearly not just only passionate, but invested, and you've done the due diligence. I'm curious, what would you personally, Andy, what would you most like to see happen next? Scientifically, politically, publicly? What is your, I don't want to say dream aspiration, but what if this is all true and you believe it and then some? Because if this is true, then there's way more than we even know, of course. So what would you like to see happen next as far as how, I guess, how we proceed moving forward?
Yeah, great question. So for me, there's an ideal way to do it that I think helps the public adapt quickly. And when I say quickly, I mean over the course of probably a couple of years. So for me, if the James Webb Telescope can pick something up to identify life on another planet, now the James Webb Telescope isn't taking 4K pictures of the surface of a planet. What it can identify is biosignatures or technosignatures, so pollution, lights, all that kind of stuff coming. If you could find out, NASA announced to the public next year that we've found, they've just confirmed that they may have found proof of ancient microbial life on Mars. Not for the first time, but say that gets put forward. And yeah, we think there was something there a long time ago, but not now. That opens up the public interest. If the James Webb can then say, we think we've found something 1,000 light years away, but we're not going to get there in any of our lifetimes, but we're pretty sure there's conclusive evidence there is life on another planet really far away, we're going to send a probe. But that doesn't affect any of us. But what it does do, if you can confirm to the public there's something really far away, then that opens the door to what if there's something closer? What if there's something else? What if something is already coming here? And that's where the conversation, I think, from a scientific point of view, a technological point of view, and from a government point of view, you're turning the tap on much more slowly. Whereas if you turn the tap on too quick, it just makes a mess and everyone gets confused and scared and wet. So for me, that allows the scientific community to bed into the idea, that allows the public to get used to the idea there's something else, and you just start walking it back to, well, if something used to be there and if something's really far away, then why couldn't something be closer to home and already here? And then for me, that's where you can open up the door to, we've had visitations, we've got a craft. And it's almost like the government get a little bit of a cop-out. And I say the government's a big thing in organisations and departments and complexes and loads of people, tens of thousands of folks. But it gives the folks running this cover-up in the background a little bit of an out to almost play dumb and ignorant and pretend they're learning this along with the rest of us. But knowing in the background, they've known this for 80 plus years. So I think that would be the best way for this to go forward, for the public, for everyone. Or you get what's called like a catastrophic disclosure, where the famous event in the 1990s, the Phoenix Lights, where over Arizona, thousands of people saw lights in the sky, huge boomerang object, big cover-up involved with it. People should check that one out. Maybe we get a more modern version of that over New York City, over Houston, over somewhere like an NFL game, something like that, where it's undeniable. Craft appears overhead, people film it, people see it, and it goes, and there you go. You've got it out in the open. So that's one of two ways for me that would probably happen.
Boom, I like that, because I like saying you think an awful lot of yourself if you think in this vast universes upon universe, and we're the only ones. Come on, there's got to be something else going on.
They come to pick up Josh Allen and take him home. Sorry.
Well, after last night, he might want that.
Yeah, exactly.
I also just want to say one closing question here. Well, first of all, I don't know if you've seen the Disney movie Elio. Have you heard of this movie?
Yeah, I took my little boy to see it, yeah.
Isn't it great? I think stuff like that, I love it. My daughter and I, she's watched it several times. We've watched it over and over. And I think, those are fun ways to like start, if the adults aren't ready, let's prepare the children, I guess, kind of thing. So this final question,
Absolutely.
Andy, before we lose you, that UFOpodcast.com, really fascinating stuff. Andy, if you could ask one question directly to them, whoever they are, what would you want to know?
I would want them to tell us about other alien species they know about.
Gotcha.
Full
yeah,
stop.
That
because
might be a strange way to go with it. I would ask them to tell us about other species.
I love that, because that's showing that they really are the connection. They, whoever they are the connection to everything else, like stepping stone sort of. It's like, if I meet you, then you introduce me to your friends, and then we expand. So I love that answer, Andy. That UFO
You know what?
podcast.
Can I just say, I think
please.
There's an assumption on, Lindsay, that imagine we got President Trump walks out with the great alien and the saucer on the White House lawn, that we now know everything. But what if we ask them, also the triangles, are those yours? And they say, oh no, we don't know who those are. And I think there's so many more questions, and that's a big one I would like to ask.
Andy, I hope you get a chance to ask those questions sooner rather than later. You know that Lindsay and I will be listening. We can't thank you enough for all of the ups and downs of trying to get you on. We got you on with a big, great solution from Phone Master Dre. As always, we mean this. You can come back anytime you want to. You just let us know, okay?
Please.
No, thank you. Cheers. Anytime.
Andy McGrillen, by the way, UFO podcast. It is just quality stuff, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of people talking both about what is going out there in the stars, but also what's going on inside of the mind. Let's take a quick breather here, come back on the other side, and break down the rest of this show. Phone Master Dre.
Wipeout.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, and of course that means Lindsay Lawler, it means Phone Master Dre, it means Madison with a T, and it means all of you guys on the tube of you who are yakking it up, making FaceTime on Facebook, everywhere. You get your podcast, you might be listening to us later, so hello to you as well. Hope the road is treating you well, and how we could have gone on forever with him. If we didn't have another guest coming up, we could have just kept going, couldn't
Well,
we?
he's not so he's pretty down to earth about it. He's not saying this is what's happening. I know for sure there are other. He's like, here's from what I find. This is what I believe. He's having open conversations about it, and like it's rooted in really in science and now investigation, obviously with the congressional hearings. And so I think he's a really good portal he's a good gateway drug to what's going on. Because how can there not be something? Listen, I'm not saying there's little green aliens. I don't know what there is, but I cannot begin to imagine that in this vast universe, and then light years away, how could we be the only thing?
You're against what a lot of people people have a hard time kind of articulating what you just said. You said it very, very well, which is people are against what I call the shutdown. Like, tell me, I don't know if there are aliens out there. Just say that. Just say that. I don't know if there are aliens out there. Say that.
I don't know if they're aliens.
Oh, there are not any aliens out there. What are you talking about? It's just us. Nobody's coming. That's
You're an
it.
idiot. Like, you're an idiot to say, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're an idiot.
But that's exactly it. I mean, that it hit the nail on the head. The idea, it's the shutdown. Almost, and you understand, by the way, why people start believing in conspiracies when you are, especially when those in power, are that quick to dismiss. Look, you can't have it both ways. You can't have this infinite, forever expanding universe, which, by the way, there is evidence to suggest that the universe in its totality has its own intelligence. By the way, people who believe in God have a word for that, God.
Hello.
But there is, it's immense. If you actually believe in the model of the universe that the scientific consensus suggests, how in the name of sweet mother of pearl is nothing else out there? Now, there are people who can make that case, but they make it. The people who can actually make the case that we're alone often say at the end, but that's not a guarantee. Even those people who can make the really great case that we're alone, there is what they call the mathematical perfection, that it's such a rare thing and such a miracle that it only happened once. But even those people will say, but you know what? I don't know. I ain't been to Zebulon 5. Straight up.
Yeah,
I ain't been there.
exactly.
I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know what's
Well, and
happening.
I think, also social media has certainly opened up windows for this, because now, both good and bad, by the way, but now when somebody does see something, they can quickly post it without, I guess the bad side is without any sort of, figuring out, was that actually, listen, I'm going to be really honest. I came out here, I live out in the woods, you've seen it. I came out one night and swore I saw lights in the sky, and I literally posted on my Facebook page, and I'm like, does anyone else see that? And then come to find, I was like, oh crap, those were lightning bugs. Those were lightning bugs in the trees. I came outside in the middle of the night. I'd gotten up to go to the bathroom, couldn't go back to sleep, and walked outside and was still kind of groggy. And later I'm like, okay, those are lightning bugs. Now my point in that is that, yeah, our eyes play tricks on us, or we want to believe something is something, or we don't want to believe something is something. And social media now gives us a place to quickly put something up. Obviously AI can alter things as well. But that being said, when and if something does happen, or when these things do occur, we can see what's happening in other places. Other people can post, whereas before it just had to be word of mouth. Now we're able to share things very quickly.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is we live in a time now where the waters are going to get even more muddy, because with the rise of drone culture, and I don't just mean like people in their backyard floating a couple of drones. I'm talking about with giant corporations and large governments actually using drones for surveillance, using drones for commerce, using drones for military operations. I mean, we're talking about things where people actually, I remember I showed you that thing where a group of drones created the image of King Kong crawling up the Empire State Building. And as more and more of those things comes up, it's going to muddy the waters, because there's going to be a lot of things that are both strange, not just from the outside, but from the in happening. And so I think that part of the reason why it's so important that people come out and tell us what they already know is going to prevent people from overreacting for certain things. That you need to be in a position where you can tell people, no, that was a Chinese spy drone, which, by the way, is much more terrifying to me than a couple of well-meaning aliens throwing their best fastball across the entire universe to some degree. But that's why telling the truth is so important, because the one thing you don't want to do is be in a position where when you finally do tell the truth, nobody believes you. Then you become the boy who cried wolf, the boy who cried UAP, and that's not a good thing. We got to, getting this straight, having a kind of a consistent, clear policy. And, Andy made a good point during your conversation with him. He just basically said, we got to start planning for, if something larger does occur, something bigger than a singular visit does occur, what's the plan? What are the contingencies, and what should people know to make this possible, and to make this easy, or make this safer, or make this a moment of wonder rather than of terror, as it were, too.
Yeah.
Because if
I like the idea, man. I'm not, because I'm already open to anything. Like, there's very little that would shock or floor me, I feel like, and so I think the people that want to see, like, and I don't know, it's the people that don't want it to be there are, it's clearly because it's a fear thing. But I actually, your question as to do we want them here or not, Andy's answer would have been my answer as well. It's like anything, like, certainly with any other species, there's good and there's bad and there's indifferent, and that's the same thing here. And I'd like to think the good will outweigh the bad. Listen, technology, where's ChatGPT coming from? Where's AI coming? Like, that's, it's beyond my comprehension, and really even beyond the comprehension of the people that are developing it. It's coming from somewhere. So this knowledge, and so if whatever this is can help and will help to continue to evolve us with more technology and more ways to survive and thrive in the world, then I'm open to it personally. But I also understand that with that comes negativity. Listen, we're already in that right now. We're already dealing with that right now with AI, with people showing dead celebrities on social media. That's the bad side of artificial intelligence. But there's good things that are happening. People using it to their advantage to help them with their workload and whatever it is. So like anything, there's good with bad, and it's how you balance it.
Well, and the other thing is, and this is where I'm going to kind of lay off some blame on, and this is why Andy is such a powerful kind of advocate for this culture and this sort of belief, is that Andy takes a very balanced approach. And if you notice that Andy is in the center of the story, that's a really crucial thing. And I think a lot of people have done themselves a disservice by putting themselves at the center. They are the abductee. They are the reason the aliens have arrived. It's a lot easier to dismiss people who are like, all of this fits, and I am the central character in the story. I mean, Steven Spielberg's great Close Encounters, too many people envision themselves as either Richard Dreyfuss. The idea that this has all been about me to begin with.
They're coming for me.
They're coming for me. And one of the problems is that a lot of people have often displaced or disassociated themselves from childhood or past trauma by actually creating these kind of stories around themselves, cherry picking bits of information, bits of things that are out there, and kind of somehow centralizing it on themselves. And that, I think, is one of the other big things, too, is that I think your approach, Andy's approach, is the right approach, which is I am simply an insignificant small speck of solar driftwood. A piece of, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, we are all stardust, and he's not being poetic. He's being for reals. And by the way, Trucker Boson makes a really good point. Think about how many billions of the stars we see that are actually still there and how many we can't see yet because their light hasn't reached us yet. But think about the stars that we're seeing now that may have been life out there in the universe that is no more. Because by the time that light gets to us, those civilizations, those worlds, even if it's a planet of just fauna, even if it's just a planet of not sentient but simply living organisms, doesn't exist anymore. If we're actually seeing the past, we see the past when we look into the sky. We see the future and the past simultaneously. But how much of that is already gone, and how much of it escaped from someplace else and came here and set up shop? And those are all kind of fun things to speculate. The danger comes, as I said before, Lindsay, that it's like, this was always about me. They've come to take me home. I knew I didn't belong.
If there are any aliens living amongst us, who would you say it is? Trump, is he an alien? Let's say who living amongst us is an alien?
That's a kind of a great question, though. Foamaster Dre for certain. Who is an alien? Who? I got to think about that, Lindsay, because it's probably not.
Got to be an actor. Jeff Goldblum.
Yes.
You know what? I kind of like that. Because I think anybody who pretends to be an alien, like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg, I think those guys are very human. Very human. I think anybody that pretends to be alien-like in their qualities and conditions, very human. I think whoever it is probably a really normal dude. Go ahead.
100% Jared Leto.
No, once again, kind of.
He kind of pretends to be there, doesn't he?
He's kind of an alien.
Pretending?
No, I'd be like somebody like George Clooney. Tim Allen. Tim Allen would be perfect because has anybody ever...
Tim Allen's played an alien, though.
Well, he's actually, he played a starship captain.
Starship captain.
Matthew McConaughey
might be, but he has certain alien elements to him too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so I see what you're saying. Okay, because I was like, man, these people look like aliens, but
I think it's Tim Allen.
Yeah.
I'd go with Tim Allen.
People don't want to hide in the folds. They're acting like they fit in here.
Yeah.
I mean, the ultimate dude town, and it's Tim Allen. And I think Tim Allen is like basically, I think he loves our culture so much he's embraced kind of the real kind of American stuff about it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is my way of telling y'all that I am an alien.
I knew something was going on. Your skin's too nice.
I'm coming out. I want the world to know
Even
Hey, if you're an alien, give us a call.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Maybe you just think, hey, I'm a little different. Why do I look to the stars so much? Where do I belong? Maybe the aliens here don't know they're aliens.
By the way, the sleeper cell, you mean? The idea that's like one day you just kind of get activated? By the way, our good friend Julian Simpson, this is really funny last night, Lindsay. So we couldn't figure out, we did have a problem calling Andy yesterday and today. We couldn't get through. Dre's solution was exquisite, by the way. Dre actually called him on his own phone and then used his phone to call our phones and put him on a party line, which was
party line.
an ingenious solution. We thought at first, have we lost the ability to call internationally? So you know what I did, right? I called Julian Simpson over in London, and I said, hey, Julian, I'm going to call you from the RadioNemo phone line. When you see it ring, you don't need to answer. I just have to see if it goes through. It went through. I bring up Julian only because a lot of the same ideas that we're talking about here, the Rendlesham Forest incident, theories on alien visitation, all of that is part of the Lovecraft investigation. The 3 great Eleanor Peck episodes in those 3 first seasons, it's all about this kind of stuff, Lindsay. Discussions of L. Ron Hubbard and jet fuel and tears in the space-time continuum and Rendlesham Forest, which is the entire second season. It's all groovy stuff, and it's a lot of fun to dig into this stuff. You know what else I love about outer space? It's the one conspiracy theory that doesn't blame the Jews. Have you noticed that? So many conspiracy theories end up blaming Jews, and you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But most of the alien stuff doesn't, so I'm kind of down with it. Kind of like it.
Are Jews in space? Jews in space.
Which, by the way, is a movie that Mel Brooks promised us that never came. He did. I mean,
would you go to space if they came to you tomorrow and they're like, "Hey, we'll send you up"? Would you go? I'm not talking about like Katy Perry where we go up and down, you look at it and float back down. I'm talking like we're gonna train you. I mean, granted, have to be a lot of training. Would you go?
I don't know now. If you'd have asked me any time under the age of 40, it'd have been like, sign me up right now. Probably. But I got to tell you, knowing what I know about space travel, it depends on what kind of space travel it is. I hate to be picky about it. But it's like, I don't know, Lindsay. I don't know. I can tell you, if I was 40 or younger, I'd be like, sign me up.
I definitely do the up and down just to get a look at our planet. I think that would be.
Oh, the up and down, sign me up.
The up and down, sign me up. Still a little scared, but still sign me up.
A little Frank
going
Sinatra?
away for a question mark. How long that one?
Fly me to the moon? I'll do the moon too. I'd go to the moon or Mars.
Heck yeah.
I'd do that.
The dark side of the moon. What's going on back there?
Yeah, if the band you're in starts playing different tunes, we'll see you on the dark side of the moon. I'm really excited about our next guest, by the way. I really am. This book was a lot of fun. Are you a Law and Order fan?
I used to be. I used to watch it, and then it was a good time killer. It was one of those background noise things.
He's got a great section in the book on that. He's like, here are 10 great reasons to put Law and Order on in the background. It's like if you're folding clothes, dun dun. It's terrific. I want you guys to go to neilefisher.com, and that's Neil, NEALEFISCHER.com. He is the author of a great book about Law and Order SVU and the phenomenon that is
phenomenon.
He is. This book was wonderful. If you are a Law and Order fan, not just an SVU fan, it kind of talks about the whole thing, and then kind of gets into the particulars about Law and Order SVU.
Phenomenon. Phenomenon. I love those kind of things. But complete sidebar. When we put on my dog Mimi's harness, I was like, "Do you know where the harness is?" Whoever asked that, then the other one in the house goes, "You made me harnesses." But
that's just bizarre.
I know.
I love that. That is
phenomenon.
Have you ever seen Claire and I do that with the banjo band? You ever seen that video?
No.
Oh my God, it was such fun. It is such a fun thing to do. This is such a fun show to do, by the way. Big thanks to Andy for making time for us as well. And we're going to close out the show as we always do with the lovely Lindsay Lawler talking about country and Western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
And we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
What do you got on the docket for that today?
Well, thank you for asking. We're going to talk about actually the story behind the song "Friends in Low Places." I got friends in. It actually is. It started with an unpaid bill at a diner in Nashville. So we're going to dive into a little bit of that. We're also going to talk about kind of do a little bit of a deep dive, if you will, on, and I think that you will, on, there's this new album out called Pineapple John, and it's from John Carter Cash. He's the son of Johnny and June. He's got a new album out called Pineapple John. And just a little bit of his backstory, because it's pretty fascinating to me. And also we're going to be talking about Post Malone's new bar here in Nashville, how you can be a part of it. They had their grand old opening soon, and it kind of shut down the street. Not kind of, shut down the streets of downtown Nashville. It's been open for a little bit, but since he's been out on tour, hasn't been able to really fully dive into it. So
wait a minute,
that's
are you telling me a famous country and western performer actually opened a new bar and event space in Nashville?
Yeah, we're trying to do things differently. Now that the aliens are coming, we're trying to shake things up around here. So, yeah. So, I know. Why we can't do open up a I'd love to see a country star open up a belt buckle store. I don't know. Do something different.
I'd go.
Think outside the box.
Belt buckle baristas.
Belt buckle baristas, I like that. Get you coffee and keep your pants up. Hey, it's Road Gang Radio. Get your coffee and we'll help you keep your pants up. Take them off. I don't know. What you feeling? You do you. You're in your truck. No one can see. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to talk. We did achieve liftoff, and this is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on this Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. All right, we're talking the ultimate time killer. We're talking the ultimate keep you up at night or make you become a serial killer or maybe a detective. It's all about perspective, guys. Our next guest is someone who gets why half of us cannot fall asleep without hearing the iconic dun-dun.
Boom, boom.
Yeah,
everybody's got their own version, too. Everybody's got their own version.
Funny?
It's great.
And none of them are right, which is actually really funny, too. Neil Fisher is the author of the brand new book, Law and Order, SVU Confidential, Everything We Love About the Show We Can't Stop Watching. No better title. That's what Law and Order wanted the whole title of the show to be originally. I don't know if you know that, Jim, but then they decided it was too long, so they saved it for Neil for the book.
That's really
True story.
That's so kind of them, by the way.
Yeah,
It'd be really
true
funny.
story.
Law and Order, and then to literally have SVU, and then to have the colon.
Everything
and
we
then,
love about the
and
show,
then
we
spell
can't
the whole
separate.
thing. That'd be
Yeah.
fantastic. I'd like
Yeah.
that show.
But it took too long. It's a quick episodes. It's the ultimate deep dive into the world of Law and Order SVU. Over 25 seasons, over 570 episodes, and somehow it keeps pulling us in. How do they do it? There's crack in this show, guys. Neil explores what makes the show so weirdly comforting. It's addictive. Even though it deals with these terrible, heinous crimes, he gets into everything from the real stories and inspired some of the SVU's wildest episodes, the formula that hooks us. Why does the show hit that same dopamine button as like doom scrolling? We're going to talk about that. The book also dives into the celebrity guest stars, filming locations, the arcs of the beloved detectives, etc. Beyond being an author, Neil Fisher is an award-winning filmmaker, a writer, a podcaster, a fellow creative spirit who's worked on everything from documentaries to Super Bowl campaigns. He also happens to be a musician turned filmmaker, so clearly we've got more synergy there. Excited to have him on. Excited you for hear this conversation. Let's get to the dun-dun. Neil Fisher, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. What an intro. I feel like I have all this juice now to have my day be wonderful, so thank you for that.
Well, don't let us down. Don't be really boring now, because that would be really anticlimactic, Neil. No pressure. Glad to have you.
Yeah,
And
no pressure.
you're West Coast, right? So are we calling you really early?
No, not at all. I am based in Chicago.
You're Chicago. Oh, great. Okay, brilliant.
So,
Well, wake up, get to work.
So yeah, it's time to get to work around here. Let's get cracking. It's interesting too, by the way. Congratulations today as the book officially comes out. Correct?
That's right. Yeah, thank you so much. Today, yeah, October 14th.
I think it's kind of interesting. The book comes out the same year that Ted Kotcheff has left us. Which is a really kind of interesting kind of little combination there that outside of Dick Wolf, there is nobody more responsible for kind of shepherding the show into what it is than him. Is that a fair assessment? To kind of just start there.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment. For people that don't know, Ted Kotcheff, really great producer, really great director. He directed the first Rambo film, First Blood. He also directed a really great Australian thriller film that's very underseen and very underrated called Wake and Fright. And when he came on to the show at the behest of Dick Wolf, they really wanted to make SVU the sort of darker stepchild of Law and Order, which fans call the mothership because it's kind of birthed so many spinoffs. So when Ted came on, he wanted to make it a little bit more film noir, a little bit more cinematic, kind of change the way they use the cameras, more steady cam, less documentary style, but harsher lighting, more serious in tone and the way the performances were given. So without him, especially for those first 12 seasons, which in my opinion are the best seasons of the show, the show wouldn't have been the same without Ted, that's for sure.
What is the balance? I can't put, and you talk about this in the book, but like on a deeper level, what is the balance here? Because, okay, so my brother-in-law, he ran bars in Boston. And so he would work till, very late at night. And then he would come home and watch Law and Order till, 4 or 5 in the morning. He wouldn't get home till late. And, that would be probably later than that, quite frankly. And he always said, I'm going home to watch my stories. And it was this comforting piece for him that even though it was at, when it's dark outside watching these heinous crime stories, but there is something that it's a balance they strike there that's and you write about the show being comforting even when it's the subject matter is disturbing. How do they pull off that balance of comforting us? And it's like the terrible soap operas. This is the opposite of that. But how do they pull off that balance of comforting and disturbing?
That's a really great point. And I think, for everyone who kind of wants to come home and watch their stories, there's only a few types of programs that really do that. And I think it's one of the reasons it's been so successful and it's been on for nearly 600 episodes. It's almost like I kind of equate it almost to like a Hallmark movie, right? I mean, they're so successful, but they have a formula and it's a very useful, very successful formula that you know what you're getting. And in terms of SVU, you tune in, you're going to get some sort of crime, a heinous crime, obviously, that's in the opening voiceover. There's going to be the investigation. You're going to see the detectives have trouble, follow red herrings, have criminals that slip away. And for the most part, you always have a resolution. And I think it's really comforting that, you can tune in and for the most part, you're going to see Olivia Benson arrest the perp at the end. You're going to see Stabler, grab the child molester, throw his face up against a cage, and have sort of that anger that you have watching the show. And it does it in a way, like you said, that is basically, like an American soap opera. And it's one of the reasons it's so successful is it's just outside of reality where we can kind of enjoy it, not think about it too much after we're done. We're not watching, 48 hours after the crime, real true crime kind of stuff. But it is based on, on real crimes. And I think, it's just a world, I say it in the book. It's a vision of the world where the system works, where victims are heard, where the police are fair, and where criminals face consequences. And I think kind of tuning into that, you kind of know what you're getting, and you kind of revel in the fact that the good guys are going to win, most of the time.
The other thing, we brought up soap operas, but there's a real departure from soap operas in one big way, and you actually track this in the book. I mean, you basically give us kind of the full kind of process of how Olivia Benson becomes who we know as Olivia Benson, and we watch Finn Tutuola become Finn. They start in one place and end up in another. In a lot of soap operas, the traditional kind of soap operas, things will go off the rails to shake up the ratings. One of the most amazing things about these 570 episodes is the consistency of character. And I don't mean they're the same person in the first episode that they are in the present ones, but they really do a kind of a masterful job with what a showrunner and an executive producer have to do of making sure that the integrity of the characters they've created maintain throughout the course of these shows. It really is, I think, one of the greatest achievements the show has, that, people don't turn good guy, bad guy. It isn't J.J. Abrams land where literally the loops come fast and furious. There really is a long-form story, a very subtle one that goes on underneath. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's a really great point. I think, like you said, it doesn't go for sort of that sensational, hey, it's, must-see TV where, our lead character is going to do a heel turn and is going to, set up a bomb somewhere. And now the whole next season is the lead character is now the criminal. And they could do that for sure. They have such a dynamic cast, including Mariska Hargitay and Ice-T and everything. But I think you set it up at the front. I think, you have someone like Ted Kotcheff, obviously, up at the beginning. You have, Dick Wolf kind of looking everything over, but it's really up to the showrunner. And this show has such an interesting history when it comes to the showrunner. And for those at home who don't know what a showrunner is, the showrunner is basically in charge of any TV show. If you ever see, executive producer credit when you watch a TV show, the first one that usually comes up is the showrunner. They're in charge of how it looks, how it sounds, how the scripts are, how it's written. They rewrite every script that gets put on their desk from all the writers' room characters. They help in casting and hiring the directors. So the showrunner really is sort of the most important person on the show, and they've had some really great ones. And I think, it's really interesting. The first season, the showrunner was Robert Palm, and he quit pretty much because he couldn't handle the subject matter, and it makes sense. I mean, the first season really kind of delves into those dark crimes, and then you get to season 2, David J. Burke, he had a very short tenure because he just didn't really get along with the team. And it's like having a coach in football or a conductor in an orchestra. I mean, you have to really have someone that gels with the team. And so season 3 through 12, they had a showrunner named Neil Baer, who was really great. He was a Harvard-trained doctor. He had worked on other TV shows like ER. Dick Wolf brought him on to kind of add sort of that scientific angle that the show had not had yet. And so now you have these episodes where we're learning about the psychology of the criminal. Why are they doing what they're doing, which becomes so fascinating. And then you have more instances of the ME, like Tamara Tooney, Dr. Melina Warner, who is talking about, the autopsies and things like that. And I think it really brought sort of an interesting update to the show. And this is, kind of around the time that CSI was getting popular too. So you're getting the science, you're getting the drama. And when you have these people that can shepherd the show like that, like a Neil Baer or a Warren Leight, who's a showrunner for a long time, who is a Broadway writer.
Sideman, right?
It really just changed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it really just changes the trajectory of the show. And what's really cool, which some people might not know, this season right now that just aired or started airing, season 27, Michelle Fazakis is the new showrunner. She's the program's first female showrunner, and she's one of the series' best writers. She's written some of the best episodes. So it's really cool to kind of track, how the show changes, how it evolves with the characters, who they cast, and what the storylines are, like you said. And a lot of that is just comes down to the showrunner, and hopefully they pick the right person, right? They pick the golden goose, basically.
Well, and I think, Neil, my theory or whatever thought on it too. It's a little bit, I kind of equate it a little bit to like HGTV shows, the home renovation shows, because we love a before and after. I love a before and after. We as a society do, and especially quickly. So I think there's something with SVU that's cathartic about watching justice being served in under an hour. You know, it's like we know the crime, we know the people, we know the characters, and we get the resolve quickly. It's kind of that before and after. I don't know if that's part of the method to the madness or not, but I think that tracks. But I'm curious how the show to you has managed to stay relevant through, I mean, these massive cultural shifts from, you know, early 2000s crime TV to the Me Too movement and anything, all these different shifts. They continue to stay relevant without really pivoting too much. Pivot? I mean, they pivot, but they still they stay relevant without losing their core. What's the method to the madness there through the cultural shifts?
Yeah, there's a great writer that I'm a huge fan of that writes crime books and mystery books named Michael Connolly. He's got some great books. He kind of created the character of Bosch and the Lincoln Lawyer and things like that. And what's really great about him is over the course of his career, kind of starting in the late 80s, early 90s, is he has these characters that have been around 20, 30 years. And while it would be very easy to write book after book after book about a certain character kind of just, you know, doing the same thing, maybe they go to a new town, they solve another crime there, then they go to a different town, kind of like a Jack Reacher or something like that from Lee Child. What he does is he always envelops in what's going on in the zeitgeist and what's going on in the world. And I think Law and Order, whether it directly addresses it, and does it like head on, which is kind of rare. It doesn't do it that much because I'm assuming they don't want to get sued. But I think they always have a sense of what's going on in the world. You know, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, I mean, they were addressing that with the characters and how they were dealing with it. So it's just a fact of kind of, you know, coming to the viewer where they're at. I think that's the big thing. It's never, you know, we're better than you, we're highbrow, anything like that. It's like, hey, we're a show of the people, for the people. We're going to talk about what's going on in the world. And I think that's really served them well. And when you have really, I mean, the perfect connective tissue, which is Mariska Hargitay. I mean, she's been nearly in every episode, and Ice-T is pretty, you know, far or very close behind her. That consistency is what really, I think, makes everything gel, because you see these characters from the beginning, you know, evolving, changing, but kind of being that comforting element of like, hey, I'm going to turn on and see Ice-T diss someone with a funny line, or I'm going to see Mariska put someone in their place, and that's what really makes it fun.
Law and Order SVU Confidential, everything we love about the show, we can't stop watching. Full disclosure, Eric Overmyer is a friend of mine, and he and I were once talking about the difference between SVU and the original, the mothership, as you point out it's called in the book of Law and Order. Eric always told me that he said that Law and Order is procedural, SVU is psychological, and that in many ways is. I would kind of ask you, do you feel like that we delve more into kind of the psychological profile of not just the criminals and their victims, but we also dive deeper than on the other show? We don't, you know, I mean, it's pretty tough-nosed stuff, especially the Chris Noth, George Zunza Law and Order stuff. It's really tough-nosed sort of procedural stuff. This kind of actually goes deeper into the psychology of both the victims, the perpetrators, and the actually people that investigate them. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's very fair. You know, that was you know, one of the reasons Dick Wolf wanted to do the show is he was kind of fascinated with this real life case called the Preppy murders. It was from 1986 of Jennifer Levin by Robert Chambers, and he did it on the original Law and Order to a point, but he really wanted to go deeper. And you know, originally they wanted to call the show Sex Crimes, which the network wasn't, you know, super behind, obviously for obvious reasons. But I think what Eric Overmyer is saying, who I'm a big fan of, I think that's totally right. You know, and there's a great writer from SVU called Robert Nathan. He wrote the only episode that ever won Mariska Hargitay an Emmy, which was 911. And he always said, one's a sonnet, the other is free verse. And I think, you know, that's a great way of putting it. Like, you know, Law and Order was very structured, like you said, very procedural, very much like a sonnet, but with SVU, it was free verse. They were kind of playing jazz. I mean, one episode, you know, they'd be chasing a serial killer with a time clock, and then the next episode, it would be fully delved into one woman who was assaulted. What was it like for her to be assaulted? And then they revisit that same character the next season, which is pretty unheard of on a procedural like that. And so having the guts really in that first season, maybe first 3 or 4 to kind of go super dark and it worked was just a really great gamble, and it paid off. And I think, the more recent seasons, I don't think they necessarily delve as dark as it did in the beginning. And I think a lot of that might have to do just with the character makeup. I think once Stabler kind of left the show in a full-time capacity, they kind of went a little bit lighter, and now he's back, so it's kind of helping it a little bit more. But once he was there, I kind of say it in the book, he is sort of a version of us watching the show with our anger and how much we hate what's going on screen. And without him kind of bringing that energy, things become a little bit more soap opera-ish. But I think overall, though, the entire series, they've really done a great job of delving into the psychological mind. And I think that really started with Neil Baer coming on in season 3. And that sort of set the tone, I think, for the rest of the series.
So now SVU, they have so many wild guest stars, of course, over the years. You talk about all the celebrity appearances in the book, but you got to be really careful with this, especially as the show grew in popularity, because the minute we see a celebrity or recognizable face, all we're thinking about is what that person does or what they've done or the other thing. So they have to weave them in very strategically here. So I want to know, first of all, who some of your favorites were, which performances kind of stand out to you the most. But do you think the show uses guest stars? Do they use it strategically to draw attention to certain issues? Is that what's going on here? And how have they been able to do it so well so that the celebrity does not become the main event?
That's a really great point. Yeah, I think that it's hit or miss sometimes to what you're saying. I think, a lot of the times they might do like a sensational episode that is clearly based off of something that really happened. So then you bring in this huge celebrity to play that part or to play a version of that part. And I think it kind of softens the blow a little bit. If you have, a real serial killer or politician who did something nefarious, you bring on this celebrity and you're like, oh, I really like that celebrity and everything I see them in. I'm not going to be so outraged at what really happened, but now it's more entertaining. But, it's sort of a funny gag, I think, with fans of the show where you bring on some of these celebrities and right away you're like, oh, well, they did it, obviously, because why would they sign on to do, this 1 hour of episodic television when they only do movies? And it's like, well, they must have had a really juicy part to play. Obviously Robin Williams, really great appearance on Authority. And he was Authority, yeah. And he was really good friends with Richard Belzer. They did stand up together. So, it was kind of fun for him to kind of reunite with him. And Martin Short plays a super creepy fake psychic in Pure, which is a really great performance. My favorite instances are when it's really, really nice guys, like Hollywood's nicest guys are playing the most despicable humans, like Henry Winkler, or John Ritter plays just a terrible human being in Monogamy in season 3. But then I think one of the other great things about the show is their casting is so good that they're getting all of these stars before they become stars. So when you go back and rewatch it from the beginning, it's like that Leonardo DiCaprio meme from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where he sits up, snaps his fingers, and points at the TV. You're like, oh, that's Sabrina Carpenter. What's she doing in this show? And that's her first role ever. Okay, now she's a massive star. Or hey, there's Ludacris, and wow, he's really, really good playing this villain. Or Sarah Hyland from Modern Family and Adam Driver, and it's so great to see all of these young people before they hit it big, getting these really nice, juicy roles. And Dick Wolf himself even kind of made a joke about it in New York. There's so many Broadway stars that are on the show, and part of that is it's such a rite of passage to be in New York, to be on Law and Order. It shoots on location, unlike a lot of TV shows. And Dick Wolf always makes the joke that, like, if you look in a playbill on a Broadway show, if someone doesn't have Law and Order in the playbill, they either are from a farm town or they stink, And so it's just kind of a funny rite of passage for a lot of these Broadway stars and celebrities too, to kind of get on this show, play someone juicy, and just have fun for an hour of TV and kind of go back to doing your own thing.
And to kind of open the door on that too, because we all have our favorite episodes, and and Lindsay's favorite guest performer. By the way, Martin Short is so creepy. He shows up more. He actually has more than one episode, right? I think he's in more than one episode as that character. Is that what happens? Is that true? Did I get that right?
I think he might only be in one episode as that specific character, unless I'm misremembering. But he's so good in it. I mean, it kind of stays with you all the time. So I'm not surprised it would stay with you for that long, because he's such a good actor. He's such an underrated actor, and I think coming from doing filmmaking and theater and stuff, I think comedic actors always get sort of a bad rap, because I think it's even harder to do comedy well, because if comedy's bad, it's really bad. And if you're good at comedy, that's a huge thing. And for someone who has done comedy their entire life, improv, things like that, SCTV, to see comedic actors play these horrible human beings like just really well, and they just have like a Robin Williams, for example, too, who's played great villains. It just shows you like how hard it is to be a comedian and do drama, and I think they don't get enough credit.
Well, and with all the work Martin Shorten's done, Jim, too, all the work he's had done on his face, he plays creepy really well now.
Yeah, really.
Sorry, Martin. I love you, Martin.
I wanted to kind of ask your favorite episodes, because I have to tell you, the moment I saw the book, I said, I wonder what he's got to say about doubt, which, by the way, is kind of a great reminder that every once in a while the show breaks the mold and does something really interesting with its own kind of, it has a formula, but it isn't afraid of every once in a while maintaining the integrity of the characters, but breaking the mold, where sometimes there aren't resolutions. Sometimes what we think in the beginning isn't right. And like I said, my favorite episode has always been Doubt, because of the way they end the episode. But do you have any that really have just stuck with you?
Yeah, Doubt's a great one. I feel like a lot of people don't talk about that one enough. And maybe for those at home who don't know, it's sort of a he said, she said case with Billy Campbell. And the end of the episode, they don't tell you, who did it, who didn't do it, what the verdict was. And they kind of left it up to the viewers to sort of vote at home and to figure it out at home. And that's such a cool way of constructing an episode, because as we've been talking about, you tuned into this show to have sort of that familiar formula. When it breaks the formula like that, it really does kind of leave a shock. I mean, that'd be like the end of The Sopranos with Tony in the restaurant and it going to black, but that's like in the middle of the series. It's just kind of a random occurrence. But yeah, for me, some of my favorite episodes are the ones that have sort of like a cinematic element to it. I love Manhunt, that Finn and Munch are traversing to Canada to find a killer. Anything that kind of like breaks the mold of, hey, we got a case, we're going to go interview someone at their apartment, they're going to run away, then we're going to bring them in, we're going to interrogate them. There's another great one that's really dark called Charisma, which is great, about cults, which is kind of cool. Scavenger, also very cinematic, kind of has sort of a BTK type killer in that one with like a ticking clock. So I love ones like that. And there's a couple other ones that I feel like you said, really break the mold. And there's one with Matthew Modine. I don't know if you remember this one, but a lot of people hate it. And it's called Rage. And it's really great because it's basically like, Detective Stabler really wants to get the truth out of this guy that he is 100% certain is a killer, played by Matthew Modine, who's really, really great in the episodes from season 6. And the whole episode is just him playing mind games with Matthew Modine. He changes the light bulb in the interrogation room so it flickers. He turns up the heat so it's really, really hot. He repeats the same question over and over again, trying to get him to trip up. And a lot of people find it very uncomfortable, but I really love that one because it's very artistic. It reminds me of the episode of Breaking Bad that Rian Johnson of Knives Out fame directed with The Fly, which is kind of like a weird departure for the series, but it's such a great standalone. And that one I'd say is like super underrated.
It's a great one-act play. It really is a great one-act play between two guys, two really great actors kind of trying to out-insinuate and outrage each other in a room. It really is a terrific episode. It's groovy stuff. Who wrote it? Do you remember?
The writer of that episode, I'm trying to think off the top of my head because I have so many names here. You know what? Speaking of the devil, it was Michelle Fazakis, the new showrunner, and Tara Butters. They've written some of the best episodes of the series.
Very cool. Very cool.
You know what else is very cool? Neil Fisher. You can go to neilefisher.com to find out more about this book. This isn't the only thing he does, by the way. Your Christmas trivia book, all your pop culture references. We'll hit that really quickly. But first, I have to know, do you think, will SVU ever end, or will it just keep evolving as long as society does?
Yeah, I heard a nope in the background. I think I think as long as Mariska wants to do it, it will go on. I mean, she might be in a wheelchair at some point, solving crimes, rolling down the Upper West Side. But I think when she wants to finish it, I think they'll probably try and have it continue going with like one of the other detectives. And I just don't think it's going to work. I find it so funny that Dick Wolf is so against Mariska and Chris Maloney getting together, Stabler and Benson. He always cites moonlighting. He's like, well, moonlighting was ruined when the couple got together, and that was like season 3 of 5. This show's been on for 26 seasons. I'm sure it'll be fine if they kiss once. Like, it's not. You've already done 26 seasons. Like, what other kind of stories you really need to tell? But
let
that's
them
up to
live.
them. So yeah, just let them. I mean, they're almost 65, 70 years old or whatever. Just let them have fun for once. They've been solving crime for 25 years. Just let them have one night of peace.
Come on.
Neil, have you ever seen the movie Love Guru?
Oh yes, I have.
Yeah,
yes.
that's how I greet people. Mariska Hargitay.
I love that. And she's like a big fan of that actually, because I saw in interviews before. She people will come up to her and say that, and she absolutely loves it.
Beautiful.
Congratulations, by the way, since this is the day of release.
Yeah.
Really
How are you
cool.
celebrating?
What you gonna do?
What am I going to do today? Not too much, to be honest. Maybe I'll go get an ice cream sundae to celebrate. I don't really drink, so I go get ice cream sundaes at a place over here to kind of like zen out a little bit. So maybe I'll do that. And this really like made my day. So I really appreciate you having me on and getting a chance to talk about the book. And you had such great questions and research. And hopefully I'll be back again with another project because it was so much fun.
Thank you,
Oh my
Neil.
gosh, please do. Jim, did you see his Christmas trivia book?
I did,
as well?
by the way. We'll bring him back for that, just to promote the book. And it is
fun.
It's National Dessert Day, so you are entitled to that ice cream. Go make it happen.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, yeah, have me come back for Christmas. I'll bring some trivia questions for you and the listeners. We'll have some fun, and we'll celebrate the season.
I love that idea. NeilEFisher.com. Go check it out, this book and all his other offerings. If you're a Law and Order SVU fan, this is the book for you. It's Road Gang Radio. Coming up next is country and western music news because, Jim, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
You heard her.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's what I'm talking about. What are we talking about, Lindsay Lawler? Bring it up. Bring it up.
Let me put my barbell down real quick.
Bring it up.
Yeah, get it down, Marlboro Reds.
Okay. Woo. All right. Well, guys, welcome back to your country and western music news. Because, boys, on this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And we celebrate both guys.
Both kinds.
I did that backwards, but you get it.
Yeah,
Backwards. Sorry.
Wilbur.
Phenomenon.
Toot, toot,
Phenomenon.
toot, toot, toot.
You made me harnesses. Okay, so on This Week back in 1990, Garth Brooks was #1 on the charts with I Got Friends in Low Places.
He does.
He does. It would later become one of Garth Brooks' of course, signature songs, but more recently, he also named his downtown Nashville bar after that 1990 hit. You can go to Friends in Low Places. It is a bar on Broadway. It is actually... if we're talking about bars on Broadway, it is one of the better ones. It's clean, the sound is good. There's a huge stage in the middle. He did it well. It's got a Garth stamp on it. But interestingly enough, this song came about with an unpaid bill at a diner in Nashville. So the song was written by Bud Lee and Dwayne Blackwell. And actually, Jim, when Seamus and I first moved to Nashville, we went out one night to a place we didn't know anybody, and we would just every once in a while pop out and, hear music. And we went to a place called The Basement, the original Basement, which is at Nashville over off 8th Avenue. And there was a guy singing, and listen, he looked like he was homeless, and he comes up on stage, and I was like, what is this guy going to talk about or sing about? He was very disheveled, kind of like bumbling around. I don't remember which of these two it was, but he's like, and I wrote this song for Garth Brooks, and I'm like, no, you didn't. And then he plays Friends in Low Places, and I'm like, there's no way you wrote that. Sure enough, he did. So what happened was, by the way, it was the lead single from No Fences, and which was one of Garth Brooks' earlier records, but in under just 2 months, it reached #1, where it then would stay for 4 weeks. So as the story goes, Bud Lee and Dwayne Blackwell and some of their other songwriting friends, they were having lunch one day at the Tavern on the Row in Nashville. It's no longer there anymore. Like you do. Well, and actually, yeah, like you do. Why I believe this, not that there's anything unbelievable about it, is that there's a saying here in Nashville, Jim, which I think I've told you before, and it's when you're at a songwriting session, you usually meet like at 10, and then you write verse, chorus, go to lunch, come back and write the bridge, and wrap it up. So that's kind of the thing around here. So when they went to lunch, and Lee realized that he'd forgotten his wallet. So instead of asking someone else to pay, he said, oh, don't worry about it. He said what would become an iconic line. He said, don't worry about it. I got friends in low places. I know the cook in the back. And was that the exact line? Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah. Don't worry. I have friends in low places. I know the hook. I know the cook. Which became the hook. And they looked at each other, and that's that moment when somebody says something, and the writers look at each other like, "Oh crap, we got something. We got to go back and write it right now." So they did. A few months later, those two were at a party together, and the concept came up in the conversation. Before long, they were writing it on a napkin, talking about it. And after they finished the song, they called a guy that they'd heard about in Nashville, who was an up and comer named Garth Brooks. They asked him to record the demo. So what happens here in Nashville, you write songs. There's people that just sing. There are people that are great singers, but they know how to make a demo. They know how to make their voice sound like what is being used on the radio. So it's not about them. It's about this song getting cut by somebody, a big name, so to speak. Garth Brooks cut the demo for them. That was the last demo he ever recorded because that song blew up. The demo, he said that Garth Brooks said, the demo was for Bud and Dwayne. I sang the session out in Hendersonville, and for the next 2 weeks, the chorus was running through my head like crazy. I knew it would be a year and a half before the release of his album No Fences, because Garth was just the Garth Brooks record was just getting ready to be released. So he said, I asked the guys, could I hold on to this? I think there's something here. Would you mind if I hang on to it? Without a blink, the guys said yes. They said putting that kind of faith into an unknown artist is really unheard of. But they did it. They allowed him to hold on to it. They waited to release it till a year and a half later. Great decision. Became Garth, one of his biggest songs of all time. Continued to put those guys on the map. And all because I know the cook in the back.
I know the cook in the back. And by the way, I'm kind of curious as they revisit it if they have that moment, by the way. If they have that moment where they realize, we've got something. And there are times when you've got something, and there are times when you've got something. if that makes any sense.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And I'm curious as if their memory of it is we have something here, like we got to do this right now. I've talked about this with other bands. There's a moment in Pink Floyd's album Metal where I think during the song Echoes they figured it out, where you can hear it, where you can hear them kind of be like, oh, that's who we are. That's Pink Floyd.
Is it cheating if my husband's watching?
I still think there's something there. I still think there's something there, man. I think that song should end with a gunshot, by the way. Just saying, not saying.
Saying, not saying. Saying, not saying.
Saying, not saying. But I'm always curious about that moment. It's like, and then when they heard him sing it, when the serendipity begins to kind of add up. The idea that it's like one thing gives way to another happy accident there's a point where happy accidents begin to kind of add up and you say, I better really follow this right to the end. Something's going on here. Something big is brewing and I don't want to miss it. I need to be a part of it. And then I wonder if nerves begin to become a factor too, like, oh my God, we can't screw this up.
Don't mess it up. Too big. Well,
Too big.
It worked out. You know who else works out? I think Marshall Platter works out. He's on the phone. Let's take a call. Let's see what he's got to say about friends in low places. Because if anybody has friends in low places, it's Marshall P.
Platter.
What's going on, brother?
That song was written about me. But
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to the earlier subject about the aliens. If you don't believe there's aliens living amongst us, just go to a Walmart, especially near a college town, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Believe me, you'll believe in the lizard people after that.
That's scary.
Well, I'll tell you, I would be willing to bet, by the way, that if you were going to ask me who a potential alien was, talk about normalcy, I think there are a lot of grocery store managers who, if you look at those guys and those women, they are so put together. They take those jobs so incredibly seriously. They are so hyper real. I think they're aliens. You know what I'm
Greeters
talking
at
about?
Walmart. It could be aliens.
I told a guy that just a few weeks ago. I was shopping up in a little grocery store in Roseville, Minnesota, and he happened to be there talking to a couple of his staff people about something, and I turned to him and I said, you know what? If they ever posted a picture of what the ideal grocery store manager looks like, it would be you, sir. And we started laughing. But he just looked like the guy you always see in the movies as the grocery store manager.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right out of Central Casting.
And I think the other big tip-off is if you ever meet people who seem to be on the inside of a joke that you're not privy to, sometimes I think they're aliens as well. There are people, they don't talk a lot, they don't bluster, they don't act weird. They just seem to know something. You know the kind of people I'm talking about, Lou?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
know.
about.
They know a little too much.
Somebody tells a joke and I don't get it. That drives me nuts. I miss it. Sometimes I'll see them like posted on Facebook or something, and what the hell was that funny about? And there's all these people ha-ha and everything. Hey, I didn't get it, but I'm not going to tell anybody that. But I wanted to ask you, since you're in New Orleans, and I think you like blues music, have you ever been over to see Tab Benoit? He's a local guy there.
Can you say the name again? Didn't Drag.
Tab Benoit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tab Benoit.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I think he writes a lot of his own music. You might want to talk to him, Lindsay. Might have some interesting stories to tell. My brother-in-law used to book blues bands around Houston, and he'd book opening acts for him sometimes there and all that. Nice guy. Always enjoyed talking to him.
That's a good idea. I completely agree with that. Because he does a version of This Is What It's Worth. Oh, man. One of my favorites ever.
Write that name down.
That's absolutely the best version of it.
Yeah. Just terrific stuff. Marshall, we love you. Thank you for the call. Got
Thanks,
some more
Marshall.
news to dig into. But, brother, I'll have some fun news next week about some other music stuff as well, too. It's funny you should mention that.
Everybody have a great day.
You too.
You too, brother. Write that name down. Dre, send me that name that he said, please,
Got it.
so I
Country-
don't forget.
Country and Western music continues.
Continuing on. Thank you for that. I love when people give suggestions of people to have on the show.
He's a good dude.
Well, Marshall's given me another a female who I'm checking out as well. So if there's people you want to hear on We Should Write, let me know. We Should Write's coming up tomorrow. I'll tell you in just a bit who's on it. All right, so the late Ed Bruce, who's probably best remembered for co-writing Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys, or how we like to sing it around here. Mamas Don't Let Your Cowboys Grow Up to Be Babies.
Or Chipmunks.
or chipmunks. He has re-entered the public consciousness through the Netflix series Monster, the Ed Gain story. So Bruce's 1977 record "When I Die," Just Let Me Go to Texas, it appears in the season's 3rd episode, and this is cool. So he's again, this song came out in 1977. It's getting a resurgence because of this Netflix show. Because Jim, people are Shazamming it.
Shazam.
So it's made the top 10 of Shazam's United States country chart this week because of Shazam. Now people are figuring out what's going on. I think that's a fascinating thing. I think Shazam is, first of all, just fascinating in its own right. But it's also great when music is used. Somebody like, anybody hears a song in a show, and then the song immediately gets a whole new life even after. And sometimes it never even had a life. That's always a fascinating thing to me. You know what I mean? A single for Bruce that never reached the top 40, "When I Die." It was also used in Lena Dunham's Netflix rom-com series called Too Much that was out earlier this year. Of course, in 1979, Tanya Tucker put it out. She had a top 5 with it, but she changed the name of it, retitled it Texas When I Die. Well, I guess as opposed to "When I Die, Just Let Me Go to Texas." So it brings up, just all that being said, this kind of makes me sad, Jim, because the top 10 country acts on Spotify's weekly top songs charts right now. Listen to this. The top 10, how many are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the songs in the top 10 country acts on Spotify's weekly are who? Wow. I didn't even realize it was that many when I typed it out. I thought it was like 4. He's in 7 of the 10, whether it's him or featuring him.
I'm a turd burglar.
And also what's a bummer about this is the fact that whoever it is, it shouldn't be anybody. Tim McGraw, who's very likable. It's the exact same people over and over. The other one that stands out is Zach Bryan. It appears a couple times. But then there's Ether and Red Clay Strays is in there, which that's nice. There's a Casey Musgrave moment, a Bailey Zimmerman. But point being, it's the same people over and over. And I have to admit, Jim, when I go to write the country and Western and music news or pull the stories I want to see, let me ask you your opinion on this, because I'm having a hard time doing it. I'm having a hard time later and later doing it because, first of all, I'm feeling really old because I don't know a lot of the music. And I quickly dismiss. I mean, I'm also trying to think about our audience, what they may be interested in. But I quickly dismiss any new young person music. I'm like, I don't know who they are. They're young. I don't care. Move on. And that's wrong. I understand that's wrong because then we miss out on all new music. But I guess in my mind, because it's called country and Western, it has a throwback feel about it. So I'm trying to get more, talk about more things that are more widely known. But you understand my dilemma there with how much to talk about. And it's not that I don't want to hear new music. I do. But I admittedly quickly are discounting it and not even reading these stories or listening to the younger people's music. And that makes me sound like an old fuddy-duddy, and I don't want to be that.
I'm going to actually tell you a story about Humphrey Bogart.
Okay.
One of the things that Bogey said after he had achieved immense fame was they said, he must feel like an incredible success. And he goes, no, not at all. He said, all I prove is that the studios can make anybody famous that they want to make famous. He actually, for a long time, believed that he was an experiment to see if, in fact, their PR machine could actually do it. And it's really kind of an amazing story. And it's not fair it's him being very self-depreciating, but he actually meant it. And I think you see where I'm going here, is the sense that it's like, it really comes down, and we're going to talk about this later on today, Lindsay, in a meeting. It really comes down to how much somebody is promoted. I think that there's a lot of talented people out there, and it comes down to promotion. And I think that part of your resistance is that you feel like sometimes and look, I know you do listen to stuff because you have. I think you kind of go, man, this is just literally the result of really good PR. I'm reading these stories because somebody wants me to do these stories. And I think part of your decision, and I'm not being just your friend or supportive, I think it's an important decision that maybe one of the things that we can build off of here is We Should Write gets bigger, and this segment gets bigger in regards to its pull and its audience, is maybe to find stories, and we can look at some young people, but to find some young people who aren't getting play, who the PR mavens haven't decided is the flavor of the week.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with you here. Yeah, we both could do a little bit better, I think, in regards to. I'm not bad on movies. We could get a little bit better at giving stuff a shot, and I'll do it with you if you want to. You can just be like, hey, let's just listen to a couple of songs by this person, and we'll talk about what we think, and then maybe we're the alternative promoters. Maybe we're the people that give the people who deserve the real talent and the real boost a hand up. That's what I'm thinking. Just saying.
Maybe because I sort of toe the line too with We Should Write. I've been pitched some people, and this has been really hard for me to do. But I've said no recently to some people, Jim. And I don't make it about the music. I say I don't see how the conversation will work for what I'm trying to do. Like because I think you have to have lived some life both in the industry, whatever your industry is, and just in life in general, in order to have these kind of deeper philosophical conversations that I like to have. I'm not trying to say that I can't have, because I'm actually going to have a young person on in November. She's, I don't know, like 19 or 20. Which
is fine.
Which is fine. And that's the whole, but I don't want to do that. That's kind of the goal of that show, that episode. We'll be talking about writing from that perspective, because I like it to have, a different perspective each time. But it's really hard. It's been hard for me to say no or not respond. Which is when I can't say no, I just don't respond. But because of that, I'm trying to get my head around. I'm like, where would we go? Yeah, but I do need to start listening to new music. I just haven't found the heart that I will. Dre's good about sending me stuff, and I try to. But Dre, everything you send me has a lot of heart in it, and I will listen to something from you because I feel like you've already vetted it for me. So I'm good. You're not sending me,
But now you get
fluff.
why people have staffs. Now you get why people have people.
Yeah.
This is why people have people. It's like it's impossible. Like I said, and you're so great about pointing out how the sausage gets made. Guys, don't forget. I mean, one of the most difficult things, Craig Daniels called about this many years ago, and he said, doesn't anybody realize that what Dave was doing to a large extent was literally being his own staff for the longest time? And we need people to listen to things and read things. I mean, look. I mean, the books that I read, I mean, somebody's got to vet them. I mean, Claire is literally out there going, no, he's not going to, I mean, we're not going to talk about the academic wars. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to read that book. I got things I got to do. I totally get it. No, I don't think you're falling short on the job. Full disclosure. And I'd tell you if you were. We'll listen to some new music.
Well, if I ever become an old fuddy-duddy, you just let me know.
No,
Roger.
Not an old fuddy-duddy. Not an old
You
fuddy-duddy.
let me know. You let me know.
We got problems around here. Fuddy-duddies ain't it. We got a 77-year-old host who likes the weekend.
I know. I love that Dave like Dua Lipa is one of his favorites. The best thing to do is be on a road trip with Dave and play. We call it iPod jihad. I don't know if that's probably not acceptable.
That's totally acceptable. I'm
Okay,
a big
that's what-
believer in the secular jihad.
I call it roulette, but I like that.
iPod jihad. We used to call it, that's when we were out on the road, but we'd call it, and everyone just, you get to, I play a song, you play a song, and it goes around. And Dave's always, I'm not shocked anymore. In the beginning, I was always shocked with Dave's choices because they were like, and he loves music that he can work out to, walk to, like on beat. So he's really into beats, and I love it. I think that's great. But it's also probably a lot of it stems from like driving music from him. He likes the old school stuff and the newfangled. He's not much of an in between. I feel like he's old or very new. Does that track for Dave Nemo?
Yes.
It's a weird bird, which is why he made the comment one day after one of the Nemo night beats that he was recording, saying if I could do this all over again, I would put more Southern rock in the Road Gang. And I think that there's certain things.
Put more rock in the road.
Yeah, I think that I think what happened basically is that when you get so intensively like dig deep into a particular genre of music, some things have to fall to the wayside. I just think it happens. That's kind of it, But there's always time to kind of get back to new and groovy stuff that Dre can send your way and see where the road takes us.
Speaking of new and groovy stuff, coming up today, Trucking with Oida. It is at 11 o'clock as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday around here. Jim, what are they diving into today?
The entire industry might, in fact, be one step closer to clearing up a long-standing legal question. And that question is whether freight brokers can, in fact, be held responsible for crashes involving motor carriers they hire. The Supremo Corte, the Supreme Court, is taking up a case that could clear things up once and for all. Aaron Schlepper, senior counsel for Hush Blackwell, walks them through the implications, them being, of course, Scott and Ashley. Plus, there are new indications that the Canadian government is getting serious about Driver Inc. the employee misclassification scheme deemed by some to be the biggest threat facing the Canadian trucking industry. We'll be talking with Jim and Joanne about that soon as well, too. Happy Thanksgiving to all our Canadian friends. OOIDA board member Joanne Couture is among those fighting for change. She joins Scott and Ashley from the road on Thanksgiving to help make sense of the problems being caused by Driver Inc. and what it'll take to end the scheme altogether. That, of course, is Trucking with OOIDA coming up immediately after this show, and country and western music news. Go on.
Go on. So Post Malone's new, I guess, as I guess we call him a country artist. I don't know. He's in the in-between. He's in the all the above. Okay. American. Post Malone's new Nashville bar called Posties. It's officially open for business. Now, truth be told, actually, the bar started serving people back in the middle of the summer. But since Post Malone was out on his big-ass world tour, that's what it's called, his words, not mine, big-ass world tour, he couldn't have a real proper shindig, a to-do, a friends and family blowout party, as they call it, Jim, until now. So the singer threw a huge ribbon-cutting celebration a couple days ago here in Nashville, and he invited a few of his friends to join him, and by a few, I mean all of Nashville. The party was so big, it required blocks, like literally blocks of Broadway was shut down for the night.
Shut her down.
Posty's
coming.
Posty's coming. Look busy. Posty shared a video on his Post Malone. He posted to social media. See what he did? Because he's like, post. Yeah, okay, got it. And you can see on the social media, there's a big, large stage that's set up right in the middle of Broadway at 3rd. The crowd stretches all the way down the street, multiple blocks. Cameras were out there to shoot it all. Of course, the night was filled with country music, and Malone invited some of his friends to join him for the celebration. He gave a shout-out to his pals Dierks Bentley, Lainey Wilson, Brooks and Dunn for being a part of the fun. They were all there that night. Lainey Wilson, by the way, she also has a bar downtown. Dierks Bentley, he also has a bar downtown. Blake Shelton also has a bar downtown. Post Malone sang with each of his country music friends. He took on What Was I Thinking with Dierks Bentley. That's a Dierks Bentley song, but they did a mashup of it together, or a duet, rather. And he did a nosedive, quote-unquote, when he collaborated with Lainey Wilson for his F1 Trillion album. Ronnie Dunn and Kix Brooks, they joined him on Brand New Man, an iconic Brooks and Dunn song. And if you're wondering if Post Malone is going to stay in country music now that his big-ass world tour is finished, do you think he will stay in country or go back to pop? What do you guys think?
I think he's going to stay in country.
Dre?
Yeah, he'll stay in country.
Survey says he's staying in country. The answer is yes. In fact, he's taking an even deeper dive into the genre. He's got more traditional sounds in this next one because the last one was the last record, by the way, the F1 Trillion album, is really good. If you like current country music, everybody is on it.
It's a kick in the teeth. It's a kick in the teeth.
Dude, it's a PR machine. Including Dolly. Everybody is on it duetting with him. And it's a good driving record as well, driving your life away. So there'll be more traditional sounds on this next record. He's going to have more fiddle, more pedal steel, more guitar solos, says his bandmates. And they say where he started as 2 feet over the line into traditional country on the last record, he's now head, chest, and shoulders and feet all the way in. He is now full on country, he says. So details about it'll be his sophomore country album. Details including the title and the release date haven't come out yet. But I wonder, Jim, if, and I know the answer is yes, but I wonder how much of the grand opening of the bar and then having these bars here become, because there's more to it than just having your name on a bar in downtown Nashville. There's more to the PR machine behind that. It's a place where, and it's funny when you watch people come to Nashville, they want to hit. If you love Blake Shelton, you want to go to Blake's bar. And it's funny the people that think, oh, they're probably there all the time. But by the way, sometimes they are. Kid Rock and Blake Shelton, those two in particular, are sort of infamous for showing up and performing at their own bars. So it gives them, it is a cool concept to have sort of your home base, I guess, even a name of that to at any point be like, I can do a show with a place that has my name on it at any point that I want. That's pretty cool.
I also think it's about not trashing your home, that you can actually have people over for a party on a regular basis and be able to kind of call it a day. You haven't even, I'm going upstairs now. You guys lock up. No, you get to go home. I think I won't lie to you. I think it's a really great place to do press releases, to do press junkets, to do all kinds of stuff. It becomes a really great kind of. It's your headquarters. It's kind of your Fat Sam's Grand Slam. You know, the idea. It's like the speakeasy. You know, where the gang hangs out. You know, like, you know, I mean, that's really what it comes. I think it's a really great PR thing. I want to get a photo of you in downtown Nashville holding a bar in your hand, and that way you can just say Lindsay has a bar downtown.
Like a gold bar?
It could be that. That would be really cool.
Or a workout bar.
It could be a workout bar. It could be any kind of bar. Just holding a bar. It could be like a bar in your hand. Have a gold bar in your hand. It says Lindsay's got a bar downtown, in downtown Nashville, and just be standing right there on Broadway. Done.
What would the name of my bar be? What would the name of if you had a bar? Which I know you wouldn't have a bar. You might have a mocktail bar.
I have a couple.
What would you call your place?
The Pig Latin Pub or Custer's Last Call.
Did you have one? Pig Latin Pub.
Or
that's cute.
The other one is Custer's Last Call.
Oh, those are good. So that doesn't have your name in it at all.
Doesn't have my name in it at all.
Yours should be Sleazy Friends.
Sleazy Friends. Keep it sleazy.
Yeah.
No,
Music City Sleazy.
No, Lindsay Speak Sleazy.
Oh. Speak Sleazy.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
That's good.
There you go.
Lindsay
That's
Sleazy.
Collaboration, folks. Teamwork makes the dream work. There you go.
Lawler Speak Sleazy. I'm gonna hold off on the June Carter Cash, Johnny Cash.
Tell it on Friday. Tell it on Friday.
Do it on Friday because Friday feels like a good day to talk about Pineapple John, the name of an album. Feels like a good day for that. But speaking of their offspring, I will say that today in country and western music history, back in 1969, Johnny Cash was #1 on the U.S. charts with his album At San Quentin, which of course was a live concert given to the inmates of San Quentin State Prison. It was the follow-up to Johnny Cash's previous live album, the critically acclaimed At Folsom Prison. Did a lot of prison work, run big in the prison. The album was nominated for a number of Grammy Awards, including Album of the Year. It won Best Male Country Vocal Performance for My Name is Sue. How do you do? A Boy Named Sue. Such a great song. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, Truckin' with Oida, the best produced show in trucking radio, which is preceded by the best unproduced show in trucking
the best off the rails wheels have come off. By the way, really quickly before we kind of wrap up here, don't forget that the Braz is going to be back tomorrow for another edition of Tech Talk. He's going to be talking with Jack Legler, another friend of the show, about recommended practices. Missy Blair is going to be here for Education Station. She's over at Pima. David Owen is going to be stopping in from Nastic to kind of give a shout out to Lindsay Lawler. You'll find out about that tomorrow. Rafe D'Amico is going to be here talking about this amazing game, Lindsay, called The Zone RPG. Oh. All things spooky. We're out. We're done.
RPG.
You know
RGR.
me.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Happy
Canadian Thanksgiving. We should, yes, it's not
clarify.
an episode in the future.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, not yet.
We're not in the
we
future.
haven't got that technology yet.
No, not yet. But we are going to talk to a fellow Canadian OIDA board member, Joanne Couture. We're going to talk to her about Thanksgiving, see what she's up to, as well as she testified recently about Drivers Inc. And so we're going to get some details on that, see how it went, and then kind of details on what that is and the issue there.
Looking forward to that. Before that, though, we are going to speak with Aaron Shepler. He is an attorney. He's senior counsel for Hush Blackwell. His focus is transportation-related cases, and that will come in handy today because we're going to talk about the Supreme Court of the United States. They have agreed to hear a case that will ultimately decide whether freight brokers can be held responsible for crashes involving motor carriers they hire. The decision has big implications, and we're going to talk to Aaron about that. In fact, let's not waste any time and talk to him right now. So, Aaron, I don't envy you today because we're going to ask you a series of questions here about legal stuff that Ashley and I don't fully understand. So we'll ask you to dumb it down a little bit if you could. But I know you're up to the task. And one reason for that is your background. You specialize in transportation and logistics cases. Let's just talk about you for a little bit here and how you got your start and kind of how this specialty entered your life.
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for having me today. I really, really appreciate being on. You know, I've been a lawyer for about 26 years now, and started off as a commercial litigator, sort of a general purpose commercial litigator, and eventually, you know, my career took some twists and turns. I was in city government for a number of years, an in-house lawyer for a Phoenix area municipality, and later returned to private practice a number of years ago, and started doing a couple of things that are relevant to what we're going to talk about today. One is, you know, general liability work, defending, you know, personal injury and wrongful death cases, and also the transportation work that you allude to. So today my practice spans a couple of different areas. One, and they overlap. One is the, you know, transportation logistics type stuff that you're talking about. A lot of cargo disputes, for example. We represent both carriers and brokers primarily in cargo disputes, occasionally shippers and cargo owners, but mostly carriers and brokers, loss, damage, cargo type cases. And also as a part of that is the suite of, you know, as a part of the suite of services that we offer to our clients. I also defend personal injury and wrongful death cases that arise in the transportation context. In other words, cases involving, you know, a load of goods going down the road, it gets in an accident and someone gets hurt or killed. We would represent the both carriers and brokers in those sorts of cases. So that's what I'm doing today. I've been doing that for quite a number of years now, and certainly the issue that we're going to talk about today is near and dear to my heart because it's one that's really critical for both brokers and, to a lesser extent, carriers.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to frame it and kind of launch us here because there are a number of implications that we're going to get into. I almost don't know where to start with this, and we're talking about broker liability. We're talking about a case that the Supreme Court is now going to consider. Again, I don't really know where to start here because there's so much to unpack, but let's start at the end if we can, and maybe take this a bit of a different way. How big are the implications of this decision that the justices are eventually, in the coming months, going to come to? What are the big implications that we're looking at?
Well, it's really a huge moment for our broker clients and for freight brokers all over the country. You know, the trucking industry is largely governed by federal law, as you know, because Congress has the authority to regulate commerce, and because the carriage of goods crosses state lines, Congress has the authority to regulate that, which is done in a number of ways, including the Federal Aviation Administration Authorization Act. That's a mouthful. F4A, as we call it for short, is one of the statutes that has been that Congress has created. And generally what it does, it says that federal law, the statute preempts state laws that relate to the price, route, or service brokers and incidentally motor carriers. However, there's a safety exception to that statute. It basically says that if the state law relates to safety regulatory authority of a state to with respect to motor vehicles, then the statute does not preempt that cause of action. And what that means is when plaintiffs sue freight brokers, they typically are suing under a state law cause of action, like negligence or negligent hiring or something along those lines. And depending on what circuit you're in, what federal circuit court of appeals you're in, what part of the country you're in, broker liability differs. In some parts of the country, those courts have interpreted the safety exception to cover things like personal injury and wrongful death claims against freight brokers. And in other federal circuits, those courts have interpreted the safety exception more narrowly to say that it does not preempt those claims. So what we've got at present, at least, is a kind of a patchwork of different laws in different parts of the country, depending on where you are. If you're a freight broker, you're not really certain what's going to happen in a case like that. You broker a load to a carrier, the carrier gets in an accident, and somebody gets hurt. If you're in the Seventh Circuit, you feel pretty good about your chances of prevailing there because the Seventh Circuit has held that the safety exception does not apply, and therefore a negligence claim against a broker is preempted.
Right.
Or if you're in the Ninth Circuit, for example, which is where I practice quite frequently, the court there has held that the safety exception does apply to those causes of action, and therefore those claims can go forward. And so, many brokers, of course, operate on a national scale, and there's a lot of uncertainty for them in terms of, am I going to be liable for these kinds of injuries or not, depending on where the accident occurs. And so what's at stake here really is uniformity in the application of this law. And, the Supreme Court occasionally steps in situations like this where there's a circuit split, as we call it, where some circuits go one way on a particular significant federal legal issue and some circuits go the other way. And that's what the Supreme Court has opted to do here, is to try to resolve that split. At least that's what we hope they're going to do.
And so depending on what they decide, and we can talk about kind of those particular, possibilities a little bit later on, but what they decide is ultimately going to dictate whether we continue to have that patchwork or whether we have kind of a uniform standard that everybody goes by. Is that right? And that might be my first dumb question. Is that correct?
No, I think it's a great question. And presumably the reason why the Supreme Court has taken up this issue is that because it wants to create some uniformity, because this is federal law. And because federal law is a national, legal system, uniformity is always encouraged. And that's why Congress passes these laws, and that's the whole reason why they exist, is to create uniformity, so that when we're talking about national commerce, the result that one can expect going to court is always going to be the same. So presumably the Supreme Court is going to say either that claims against freight brokers are preempted under F4A, or they are not. Hopefully the court doesn't leave it more ambiguous. Presumably, the third result could be that the court says, well, it depends on the facts of the case, which would still leave that uncertainty out there. That could occur too. So there are basically three results that could occur.
Right. But ideally, we'll get an answer either way on those first two scenarios that you laid out there. Can we talk about the specific case that the justices are looking at here? It's Montgomery versus Caribe Transport. The court has been at least three cases have been kind of presented to the court before, and they have essentially punted on those. This case they are taking up. Can you talk about it in particular, and maybe also why this case in particular they decided to kind of consider when again they pushed a few others off in the past?
Well, let me answer the second question first. I don't think there's anything about this particular case that may have triggered the review. Rather, I think what it is that the court has seen that there's a critical mass of these cases that are coming up, that are percolating through the system, where there are differing results in the different circuits. And we've got two circuits on one side of the split and two circuits on the other. And I think that's probably, why we're seeing this. Talking about the specific facts of the case, this is really all these cases that have been presented to the court have a very similar fact pattern. You've got a plaintiff who, in this case, Mr. Montgomery, was severely injured when his truck was hit by a tractor trailer, apparently while he was on the shoulder of a road in Illinois on a highway. He sued, of course, the driver and the carrier, which one would expect, but also the freight broker that arranged delivery of the shipment. That happened to be C.H. Robinson Worldwide. And the claim there was that the freight broker had either negligently hired the driver and was also, therefore, vicariously liable for their torts, meaning that Mr. Montgomery sought to hold C.H. Robinson liable for what the driver's alleged negligence. And the theory there is typically that because C.H. Robinson brokered the load to the carrier, then the carrier must be C.H. Robinson's agent for purposes of that. So in the trial court, in this particular case, the court sided with C.H. Robinson and said, no, under previous Seventh Circuit precedent, including Yee versus Global Trans, which is a case that came out in 2023, this claim was preempted. And so, therefore, the plaintiff could not move forward with that claim against C.H. Robinson. And then that case went up to the Seventh Circuit, and the Seventh Circuit affirmed that decision, of course, based on Yee. And incidentally, the court rejected the plaintiff's invitation to overrule Yee, which had only been decided, roughly a year or so earlier. So that's that case. But all of them kind of follow that similar pattern. You've got a person who's injured in a trucking accident, and they basically try to sue everybody up the line. The carrier and the truck driver, of course, are the natural defendants you'd expect, and then they sue the freight broker, in this case, C.H. Robinson. And sometimes you occasionally even see, I've got a case right now where the plaintiff not only sued the truck driver and his employer and the freight broker, but also on a products liability theory, the truck manufacturer and even the dealership that sold the truck. So plaintiffs' attorneys are always looking for creative ways to get more insurance money, more defendants, more pockets into the mix from which they can recover.
Now, we'd mentioned there was cases similar to this before. The Supreme Court has looked at the broker liability issue before, but decided not to hear those cases. What's different about this one this time around?
I don't think it's factually anything different, because factually they all tend to follow the same pattern. I think it's because we've now got 4 circuit courts of appeal that have now weighed in on the issue, and 2 of them go one way and 2 of them go the other way. And I think that's really where we're at. The Ninth Circuit, which covers mostly the western United States, and the Sixth Circuit, which covers states like Michigan, they've held that these negligent selection claims against brokers are not preempted because they fall within the safety exception. And then on the other hand, you've got the 7th and 11th Circuit going the other way on that. So I think it's just the fact that we've got now 4 circuit courts of appeal in the mix, and that's 4 out of the 13. That's enough for the Supreme Court to say, look, we've got a problem here. We really need to resolve the split.
Let's talk implications here a little bit. I imagine brokers are pretty vocal about this situation for understandable reasons. How are they, I guess, and how have they pushed back on this type of thing, in previous cases? What are they saying right now as this thing heads to the Supreme Court? Kind of just talk about the broker aspect of this and what their I guess, case that they're trying to make is?
Well, obviously this is huge for them because, if they're suddenly in every jurisdiction liable every time they broker a load, or potentially liable every time they broker a load to a carrier when there's an accident and someone is injured, then obviously that's going to have a significant effect on their bottom line. And I can just tell you that my broker clients in every case want me to file a motion to dismiss these claims whenever it's legally appropriate because of that. We're trying to, I guess, sway the law in that direction by creating a critical mass of decisions that go one way or the other. And it's really disheartening for them because the result of the case shouldn't depend on where it happened. This is a national scheme that Congress has created, and it's just really an unacceptable result from brokers, from the broker's point of view, that the mere fact that it happens in Missouri instead of Wisconsin or Illinois or something really shouldn't make a difference. It should be the same all across the nation, and that's why this decision is so important.
Well, and the other aspect of this, too, is that I imagine that brokers are making the case that, hey, we can't be held liable for every single thing a motor carrier does that's working under us. Obviously, the other side of that argument is, if you're doing business with them, you should know who you're doing business with and, essentially hooking us up with here in this case. That argument, before the justices, before the Supreme Court, do we have any idea about how that's going to play out? What is that going to look like, I suppose, in front of the justices there?
Well, you make a good point because, when a broker sends a load to a carrier, they really have very limited information available to them. They know that the carrier has the appropriate operating authority. They can look at the safety record. They can see whether or not they have insurance, but that's all they have. And they don't get to vet the individual drivers. They don't even know who the driver is. They don't communicate with the driver. They don't control the driver's actions. And frankly, if a driver has a problem and gets into an accident, most of the time that's just something that, statistically, it's just going to happen. And it's not a matter of, for example, the broker's doing an appropriate job of vetting. They're doing an appropriate job. They're using all the information that they have available. They simply cannot predict all the things that could ever happen out on the road. But legally, I'm not sure that I think that will be a factor in the justice's decision because they have to know, and I'm sure this argument is going to be made, that brokers really don't have a lot of control here. And that's part of, the relationship between a broker and a carrier is that of an independent contractor. And what that means, of course, is that although the broker can dictate the ultimate result, get the cargo to X place by X date, they don't dictate the means and manner in which the freight is delivered. And so that lack of control is part of the justification for not subjecting them to liability in these sorts of cases. So that is hugely important.
If it goes the other way, and again, the Supreme Court says that brokers can be held liable in such cases, the implications of that, I would assume, are pretty great in terms of brokers maybe being, I don't know, a little more gun shy on doing business with certain carriers. Have you thought about what that looks like in that scenario where, again, brokers are on the hook for a lot more than they are right now? What does that look like, hypothetically?
Well, I think it's a couple of things. One is it's going to change the pricing structure. I think brokers are going to have to charge more for their services in order to account for that liability. They're going to have to buy a lot more insurance, which is going to be very costly. The cost of doing business obviously is going to go up significantly. And what that means, I think it has an effect on the people who use those services, parties who have goods to ship. And that means probably it would ultimately, because those costs are ultimately passed on to consumers, that probably means that goods transported in interstate commerce are simply going to cost more. That's one thing. Another part of it is going to be how the brokers vet carriers. There's probably going to have to be some perhaps even new, as yet not created system or way of digging even deeper into a carrier's history and safety record, maybe even drilling down to who the drivers are. I don't really know. It's hard to say at this point. It just suffices to say I think it's going to have huge implications if the Supreme Court goes the other way.
Yeah.
I'm curious, any indication which way the court may be leaning?
Well, that's anybody's guess. It's very difficult to read the tea leaves. What I was thinking is that because it chose to take this Seventh Circuit case, and the Seventh Circuit has held that these claims are preempted, and they've done that. There are at least two decisions out of the Seventh Circuit that have gone that way. My belief is that the Supreme Court is going to affirm that decision and that line of cases, and that's why it took the Seventh Circuit case. On the other hand, I guess if it took a Ninth Circuit case and they go the other way, you could speculate perhaps that they wanted to affirm the Ninth Circuit, although the Ninth Circuit gets reversed a lot in the Supreme Court. If they'd taken a Ninth Circuit case, I would think that they were trying to reverse it just because of the way that goes. It's so difficult to tell, but I think that the reasoning, at least, that the Seventh Circuit and the 11th Circuit have employed, which is simply that what brokers do don't have the requisite connection to motor vehicle safety, such that the safety exception should not apply. That reasoning, to me, is very sound. And I think that argument will carry the day. And that's really what this comes down to. The Supreme Court is really interpreting a statute.
And just to be clear, I want to make sure I understand too. So by taking up the Seventh Circuit case, it would seem, if they uphold that brokers are not held liable. Is that right? This, again, falls under the dumb question category, probably. Okay.
No, that's a great question.
So because they're taking up that, if they affirmed it, it would mean that brokers are not liable, right, for what happens with motor carriers in accidents and what have you.
That is correct.
Okay. So if that is the case, we talked about the implications of whether, if they essentially say that brokers are liable, if they go that route, the one that we just talked about them not being liable, it would seem to me at least that the implications are not quite as widespread as they would be in the other scenario. Is that right?
That's probably true, only because there certainly is already a certain part of the country where, in different circuits, where they're already not liable.
Right.
So I would agree with that. And all it means really is that, personal injury plaintiffs are going to have to direct their claims to, the folks who are, I think, more logically liable for the conduct. I mean, we have to look at what's the conduct. The conduct is negligently operating a truck or a motor vehicle and causing an injury. And typically, you look to the person who's driving the vehicle, operating the vehicle, number one, and number two, his or her employer, typically, if it's a commercial setting. So, I think that to me seems to be the more natural way that these cases should play out. I don't see freight brokers as being kind of a natural defendant in those cases. It always seemed like a reach to me, and hopefully the Supreme Court agrees with that.
Whatever they decide, it's going to be a while, right? I think we're talking 6 months, a year, something like that, before we probably get wind of what they've decided.
That's right. And I'm not sure when. I don't even think that oral arguments are scheduled yet. So the argument will take place, and then a number of months after that, the decision will be issued. So it's going to be a while. However, we all have, everybody who does this kind of work like me, we all have cases that are pending that have this exact issue on the table. And, frankly, I'm hoping that this decision will help me resolve some of those cases in my client's favor.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do those things get put on hold at all? I don't assume that they do while you wait for the Supreme Court to kind of say what they're going to say, or do they?
They could.
Yeah.
That's certainly a motion that you could make in an appropriate case. For example, if let's say I had a few months from now, I had a motion for summary judgment pending on this F4A preemption issue, I might ask the court to stay its ruling, pending the outcome of this case. If it looked like, if, for example, arguments had already taken place in the Supreme Court and it seemed like a decision might be imminent.
Right. Well, yeah, it's interesting, an interesting topic for sure. And as you laid out very well, the implications of what the Supreme Court decides here are going to be felt across the line here, one way or another. Aaron, at one point, I would like to get you back on to talk about autonomous vehicles and autonomous trucks. I think that's something you work on as well.
It is. It's something that we're very passionate about here at Hush Blackwell, my firm, and my partner Julie Maurer is heavily involved in that area, as am I. And I'd love to come on and talk about that sometime. In fact, let's get back together again after the Supreme Court issues its decision in this case, and we can talk about what happens next.
I love it.
Yeah,
that sounds great. Aaron, as we led this thing off, we said we're going to ask a bunch of dumb questions, but thankfully you're able to break it down for us. And again, I think this is a big case that has big implications, and we appreciate you putting it into focus for us.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for having me. It was great talking to you today, and this is an issue, again, that's near and dear to all of us who do this kind of work, so happy to talk about it anytime.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
Scott, an exciting day. It is a holiday over across the border in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
So
what
I hear.
holiday it is?
Well, I do, because we've already talked about it. It's Thanksgiving in
It
Canada.
is
Happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving to all of our Canadian friends.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving. It's definitely not as big of a deal over there as it is over here. I've experienced both.
It also comes too early.
In my opinion, yes, and we are going to get into that.
No, you don't think it comes too early. You think it comes at just the right time.
Okay.
Okay.
This year, it's the thing is different every year too.
Oh, sure.
I feel like I will say maybe like the beginning of November.
Is when it should be.
I think it should be.
Okay.
Because then we want Christmas. End of November's too late.
Who do we need to call?
I don't know.
Make a phone call.
I don't know.
Well, it's at the very end of November in America this year
it's
too. 'Cause
ridiculous.
It changes,
yeah.
obviously,
And I
every
mean,
year, too.
everybody's into Christmas mode.
Yeah.
No one wants orange and fall tones.
Okay. Well, we'll
We're
put
in
in
the
a few
Christmas
calls.
spirit.
Let's see if
All
we
right.
can
Let's
mix
see.
it
I don't
up.
think I'm alone in this. I
No?
may be, but I don't know.
You know who we should ask?
We should ask our OOIDA board member, a fellow Canadian
Mm-hmm.
OOIDA board member, Joanne Couture. We are going to get her on the line, ask her about this, and see what she has to say on it. More importantly, though, we are going to talk to her about Drivers Inc.
Yes.
She is going to break all that down for us and the issues that's causing in the industry to see what's going on there. Now, I often get asked this, and I'm sure you do too. A lot of Americans ask what Canadian Thanksgiving is like. And it's not quite the same as the American Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, it's not. I guess it's not as big pomp and circumstance holiday as the Americans make it. Like the whole family has to get together. Like we do that more at Christmas.
Yeah.
But as far as like food, it's pretty similar. You know, pumpkin pie, turkey, cranberry, mashed potatoes. Yeah, and the food wise is similar.
Yeah.
But you don't have the big gatherings necessarily. As a token
Yeah,
American
and-
here, I have to ask
your question.
my American questions.
I mean, growing up, we always got together, but it was never on like a set day. Like here, it's like it is Thursday. Thanksgiving is Thursday. Whereas like my mom celebrated Thanksgiving yesterday.
Huh.
I mean, we've done it on Saturdays.
Does it always fall on a Monday, or is it
Yeah.
the same date every?
It's not the same day every year, right?
No, it's not the same day every year. And I can't remember.
What?
It must be like the second Monday or something it's something like that, but it's always on a Monday.
Isn't that interesting? 'Cause
That
it's always
part
on a
is on-
It's always on a
Thursday
Thursday
in America, and then it's always on a Monday in Canada.
It is kind
It's
of
interesting.
funny, yeah. But no, I think Thanksgiving in the U.S. is way too late because everybody's in Christmas mode. We're ready to go. I think the Canadians, we do it right in a sense that I do think it could be maybe beginning of November. This is a hill I will die on.
Yeah.
When we make you the czar of Canada and the United States, you can make this decree.
All right. What do you think, Joanne?
I would second that motion. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I think,
I do think it's too late.
Well, Joanne, we wanted to talk to you. You recently represented Women's Trucking Federation of Canada at a parliamentary standing committee meeting on transportation, more specifically on Drivers Inc. I want to get into, how that came about, but I'm just, for those who aren't familiar, can you explain what Drivers Inc. is and the kind of issues surrounding that?
So Drivers Inc. is something that started a few years ago. We've been talking about this for a few years, and it needs to be fixed, but we need government and political will to fix it, and that's what's been the issue. So what it is so typically in transportation, in trucking, we have somebody that is an employee and drives a company truck, thus has no financial responsibility or obligations to the equipment. We have somebody who can be an owner-operator. In the U.S., you call it leased. In Canada, we call it contracted to a carrier. So as an owner-operator, I am providing my truck and my services to a carrier in turn for revenue. Or we have a completely independent owner-operator that is both driver, responsible for safety and maintenance, and finds their own freight. So there's that's the typical. There's variations to this, if you get into the lease purchase agreement, but we won't even go on that one. So those are the normal variations. Driver Inc. is a different variation where someone is kind of trying to take the benefits of two, trying to be an independent contractor, but yet not own any equipment, drive the company truck, but provide personal services business is what it's called. But if you look in all the tax obligations of a personal services business, according to our tax code, you pay more taxes than you would as an employee if all the deductions were taken off your paycheck as an employee. But to be able to do that, your employer, i.e. the carrier, would have to be willing to pay their part of the deductions, the source deductions that come off an employee's paycheck, which is where the nerve of the game is there. What the problem is, we have some unscrupulous carriers that don't want to pay their fair share and are trying to skirt around every possible rule. So in 2011, the government, and I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit here. I'll make it short weeds. The government put in a moratorium of issuing what a CRA, Canada Revenue Agency, our version of your IRS, they took away or put in a moratorium on issuing a T4A, which is, to simplify the weeds here, is the form that the carrier issues the owner-operator that owns his or her truck and provides equipment and services to the carrier. That is the form that the carrier issues the owner-operator that says, this year we gave you X amount of money, and this is the amount that you have to report on your taxes. There's no taxes have been deducted because you're an independent contractor. But I provide the truck and the services, where the Driver Inc. person does not provide the truck, just drives the company truck, just like an employee. But they're skirting around by not having to issue the T4A. So the Drivers Inc. model is, in a roundabout way, taking away from social services, is taking protections away from the drivers that are doing this. And what is the flip side of that is a lot of drivers are being coerced into this. So they are coming in from an immigration status. And they come in, and this is one example we've heard a lot. They come in on a student visa. They were sold the Canadian dream, that you're going to go to Canada and you're going to go to university and you're going to study to be an engineer and you're going to have a degree, and then you'll be able to choose whether you want to stay in Canada or move back to your own country, but you'll be like, diploma engineer and have a great life. When they land here, they're like, yeah, that engineer thing, that's not going to work out. Just sign here because we're going to make you into an incorporated company here. And we're going to send you the cousin's driving school. And in about a weekend, they're going to teach you how to pass the test to get your license, your Class A license or CDL.
What could go wrong?
And exactly. We're just teaching you how to pass the test. We're not teaching you anything else. We're just teaching you how to pass the test. So memorize the pre-trip and, memorize the route for the test. And when you pass the test, we'll put you in the other cousin's trucking company there, and you're going to run team across Canada and go over the Rockies and make sure you're not late to Vancouver. And going across Northern Ontario, which is, the Trans-Canada Highway, which is a 2-lane road. Not 4 lanes, 2 lanes. They'll be late. So make sure you, do a little speeding and, pass when you shouldn't. And it's affecting our safety on our roads. It's people, they are being coerced, some of them, to the point that it's almost labor trafficking. this is what we've started referring to it as, is labor trafficking, because they're being coerced into this model. And it has expanded. It has snowballed, literally, over the past few years. And we have, some agencies like to tote the driver shortage thing, which we know does not exist. It doesn't exist in the U.S., and it doesn't exist in Canada. We have a shortage of quality, trained, professional drivers in some cases, in some locations, but we don't have a shortage of drivers. And this is just adding more drivers that we literally don't need to the pool. And they're not trained properly. They're not safe. Because they are coerced. You can't blame the driver themselves, because they're being coerced into this model, and they're being threatened. So the one that came on the student visa, they were sold a bill of goods. But, oh, by the way, you were going to be an engineer and study here, and it was only going to cost your family $10,000. Well, no, that's different. Now that you're here, you owe me for the plane, you owe me for the paperwork, you owe me for the trucking school, you owe me for the house that you're staying in with 17 other people stacked on top of each other. And make sure you don't have a flat or don't hit anything, because it's coming out of your paycheck. And this is all illegal. This is all completely illegal.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Joanne, you're doing a great job of detailing exactly how we got here. And people are being taken advantage of. Others are taking advantage of the system. It's compromising safety. It's putting everybody in harm's way in one way or another by extension. This hearing that you participated in, there's a lot to unpack here. And I think explaining this to the people you were speaking to, I would imagine most of them understand this problem. Maybe they don't, but can you explain, who you were talking to and kind of what the idea was in terms of bringing about this change that you're trying to bring about in Parliament? What was the message you were trying to convey to them?
We were trying to convey the fact that this has gotten, we have reached a crisis point in this. It's not just a problem, it's a crisis. We're killing people with drivers that are not properly trained, and they don't know what they don't know. So it's not like we want to blame the drivers. It's just people that just don't know what they don't know. Some people come here and they've never driven a car. And now we're going to put them in 80,000 or 140,000 pounds in Canada. Because if you put them on, heavier, B-train type style equipment, but we're at a crisis. And the goal was to educate, bring to light how bad this is. And the fact that we are saying, like, even the head of the CTA, the Canadian Trucking Alliance, which is akin to the ATA in the U.S., looked at the MPs and said, don't trust our industry. Just put it right to us, and we need to find different ways to fix this. You can't trust our industry because we're screwing it up. So there's been 2 meetings so far, last week on Tuesday and Thursday. And so they had the Canadian Trucking Alliance, they had Trucking HR Canada, they had the Women's Trucking Federation of Canada, they had the chairman of the Truck Training Schools Association of Ontario. They had one of the leaders of CCFC, which is a movement that was started in Quebec to do the same thing. And they had the owner of a second-generation carrier that spoke. That was all at the meeting that I was at on Tuesday. And everybody, we're talking people that in this group, and there had been actually the day before there was a press conference of a lot of representatives from different groups in Quebec, different like ownership groups and that. And a lot of these people, I would never see them in the same room together because they don't get along. They don't see things eye to eye. So, but for this particular issue, everybody's on the same page and everybody's putting their differences together, and it's about fighting this before we all sink to the ground. Because on the financial, so I gave you all the labor trafficking type aspect of it. Now let's look at the financial aspect. So Carrier A employs, I say that in brackets, Driver Inc. drivers in their trucks. So they go, and this is getting into the weeds, but they go to the auction and they buy cheap trucks that they don't plan on paying for anyways. So they get financing for the cheap trucks. Now they have cheap trucks that may or may not put them through a safety inspection that should be done before a truck goes on the road. They might just, buy a safety inspection because there's stuff on the black market. So you got a cheap truck that was at the auction, so it wasn't in great shape to start with. Then you forge the safety inspection. Then you call the insurance company and you go, yeah, I got 10 of these cheap trucks, and I'm going to have 10 drivers, and we're going to put them on the road, so I need an insurance policy for 10 trucks. Okay, all right, so, well, your rate's going to be this much. Ooh, that's expensive. Okay, yeah, I'll take it. Send me all the pink slips. And the pink slips in Canada is what we refer to as the insurance certificate. So you get the pink slip. On the pink slip, contrary to U.S. pink slips, and this is part of our problem too, the pink slips, all 10 of them, will say all vehicles insured. So as opposed to saying the VIN number of the vehicle. So they put the trucks on the road, they get drivers, they put them out, and 2 weeks later, the owner calls the insurance company and goes, yeah, those 10 trucks, yeah, I'm only going to run 3, so cancel the other 7. And we're just going to run 3, so we're only going to pay the premiums on that. So everybody's doing the math in their heads right now because they're not paying as much for trucks. They're not paying as much for maintenance or repairs to even get a valid safety on it. They're not paying as much for insurance because, well, they're only paying for 3 instead of 7. But they have 10 pink slips that say valid for the next year. So if they get pulled into a scale, they have a valid pink slip to show they have insurance. contrary to what you guys have with an MCS 90 that has to be filed with FMCSA, we don't have that system up here. That's part of our problem, too. So now that you're going down the road and you have 10 trucks and you're paying a whole lot less, well, your rates don't have to be as much, do they? So they're undercutting, and this is like major undercutting. They're undercutting 30 to 35% on the rates. Everybody gets in an uproar when 7 to 10% lower is undercut. We're talking 30 to 35%. We have legacy carriers that are literally on their last legs, like second, third generation legacy carriers that are like, they might be closing within the next year.
Because they're doing everything.
Reduced driver wages.
They're doing everything
they're
the right
doing
way.
everything right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like competition is one thing, somebody cuts 5%. That's competition.
Sure.
Somebody cuts 30 to 35%. That's unfair disadvantage. Yeah.
You're cutting the legs out from under everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, one of the things during the hearing, you suggested a national trucking credential as a solution. Can you kind of explain what that would be?
Yeah. So that is something that we have been working on for about 6 months now, and is to try and make everybody more accountable throughout the nation. So the National Trucking Credential would do something similar that's being done in Europe. So in Europe, every 5 years, every driver has to do a 36-hour course that refreshes everything from safe driving methods to like logbooks, hours of service, and everything. So what we would want to do here is start with putting every new driver through this, and then do a rotation of eventually putting everybody through it. But this would certify that everybody has been trained on what new drivers are not hearing about now. They're not hearing about the fact that they're entitled to 10 sick days if they're working for a federally regulated carrier. They're not hearing about this labor trafficking that's going on. So it would include modules on rights and responsibilities of drivers and labor trafficking, along with all the other stuff. So the normal driver training of driving, like over the road, like on the road training and pre-trip inspection and hours of service and, what repairs and maintenance and all of that. Everything that's now included over and above with the rights and responsibilities and the labor trafficking. So the labor trafficking is we're looking at it as human trafficking in general, because the transportation industry, as I'm sure everybody has heard, but it needs to be an awareness piece throughout our industry. Our industry is subject to labor trafficking, but is also in high visibility of sex trafficking. So there's human trafficking going on around our industry, whether in or around it. So those are all things that would be included in there. So it would be a new program that would be applied across the country and would be regulated federally so that it applies to every province, as opposed to what we have now, which is transportation is regulated provincially. So each province makes their own decisions on what they include and don't include in their mandatory entry-level training. This would be part of that.
You mentioned, Joanne, you've got some momentum, it seems like, behind this issue. It strikes me when you talked about the different groups being in the same room that typically they're on opposite sides of issues, but they're all on the same side on this issue with the understanding that this, model needs to end. Do you feel like there's momentum behind this? What does the future look like here? Do you feel like we're getting closer to a solution? Do you feel like we're far away from a solution? What are your feelings about where we stand?
I'm going to say I'm hopeful. I see a glimmer of light because there's so many of us involved, and it's not just like the provincial associations and the CTA and the big name associations. They've also included, carrier owners and smaller associations, and they're reaching out further. And some of the ministers are going to be on the so to speak, hot seat. They're going to be called in. That was mandated part of the proposal when this was initially proposed. So the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Revenue, and the Minister of Labor all have to make an appearance at this committee. And from there, the report should be issued before Christmas, is what we were told. That is a very quick timeline in Canadian politics. Usually these things drag on. So I'm hopeful everybody around the table, as far as MPs, seemed very receptive to what we had to say. So I'm hopeful, but then again, this has been going on for 13 years now.
Yeah.
So
now there's more hearings scheduled. Are you speaking at any of those?
No. Those will be other people. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll definitely keep an eye on this situation, and we'll probably be bugging you again to see how things are going. Hopefully, good news will come.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time,
Yes,
Joanne.
thank you so
and
much.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, yes.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me explain this.
Yeah, we appreciate
for
it.
sure.
For sure.
No, it definitely helps.
Absolutely.
All right.
Take care.
right.
Have a good day. Drive safe.
Okay. Take care.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help wreaths across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Wreaths Across America. And your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Wreath Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Wreaths Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Wreaths Challenge at wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.